professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Top of the morning, viewers. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let's see what's making headlines today. Nigeria to host global gas investors in Lagos. U.S. mission in Nigeria mandates visa applicants to disclose 5-year social media activity. JAM orders public universities to conclude 2025 admissions by October. Australia fines Google $36 million over anti-competitive search engine deals. There are £656 million from FIFA in legal action. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country is set to host global gas investors and top industry leaders in October as preparations heighten for the 2025 edition of the Gas Investment Forum. The two-day forum, scheduled for October in Lagos, will be headlined by President Bola Tinubu's Special Advisor on Energy, Olu Vehahen, who is expected to deliver the keynote address, serving as chief host. The event director, Saze Isesele, confirmed the development in a statement issued in Abuja on Monday, confirming speakers including the coordinating director of the Decade of Gas Secretariat, Idi Ubong, executive chairman of the African Energy Chamber, NGIUC, the president of the Nigeria Gas Association, Akachukwu Nwokedi, and the chairman of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, Wole Ogunsoya. The international lineup also features the president of the International Gas Union, Andrea Sea, non-executive director at NNPCL Limited, and CEO of Gas Invest Limited, David Oluseyi Ige, among others. It's a stellar review that the Gas Forum had grown into a central platform for charting strategies to unlock investment in Nigeria's gas value chain. Moving on, the United States mission in Nigeria has announced new requirements for visa applicants, mandating the disclosure of all social media usernames and handles used in the past 5 years. According to reports, the directive communicated on Monday, 18th of August, as part of the United States government's broader efforts to strengthen national security through enhanced screening measures. The mission says all Nigerian applicants must provide a comprehensive list of their social media profiles when completing the DS-160 visa application form, warning that failure to do so could result in immediate visa denial and future ineligibility for United States visas. The report insists that applicants are required to certify that all information provided is accurate before signing and submitting their applications. While still, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has ordered Nigerian public universities to finalize their 2025 admission processes by October 31st. According to a schedule by the board, all private universities are also required to complete admissions by November 30th, 2025, while all tertiary institutions in Nigeria, private or public, have until year's end. This is contained in a weekly bulletin released by the board on Monday, 18th of August. JAMB revealed that the directives are in line with the schedule approved during the 2025 policy meeting chaired by the Minister of Education. The admission board says the decision aims to stabilize the academic calendar, ensuring equitable access to admission slots across all tertiary institutions. Now, to end the local news, the Utilities Consumers' Rights Advocacy Initiative of Nigeria has formally petitioned the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice, challenging what it describes as the illegal resumption of office by Abdullahi Garba Ramat as the chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. Reports show that a petition dated August 8, 2025 and received by the AGF's office on August 12 shines a critical light on a perceived breach of statutory procedure and institutional integrity at a time where the nation's power sector is in desperate need of stability. The group's petition alleges that Ramat and another commissioner designate, Yusuf Abubakar, unilaterally assumed their new roles on Friday, August 8, without fulfilling the constitutionally and statutorily mandated process of Senate confirmation. The consumer advocacy body revealed that it was surprised by the development, especially after an earlier publication by the presidency had been clarified. And on the foreign scene, Google has agreed to pay 55 million Australian dollars worth $35.8 million in fines after the country's consumer watchdog found it was paying the country's two largest telecommunications companies to pre-install its search application on Android phones, excluding rival search engines. The fine extends a bumpy period for the Alphabet-owned internet giant in Australia, also accusing Google and Apple of preventing rival application stores in their operating systems. Google's YouTube was also added to an Australian ban on social media platforms last month for admitting users aged under 16, reversing an earlier decision to exempt the video sharing site. A Google spokesperson, however, revealed that the company was pleased to resolve the concerns involving provisions that haven't been in commercial agreement for some time. And also, Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders held Ukraine war talks with Donald Trump at the White House on Monday. Trump says he has called Vladimir Putin to arrange a meeting between the Russian and Ukrainian presidents in a call that lasted for 40 minutes, according to the Kremlin. According to Zelensky, they've had very good talks about sensitive matters, including security guarantees, adding he is ready to meet Putin bilaterally. Trump added that security guarantees for Ukraine will be provided by European countries with coordination by the United States. And now to sports, former France midfielder Lassana Diarra has started legal proceedings seeking £56 million in compensation from FIFA and Royal Belgian Football Association. Diarra has reportedly had a long-running legal battle with World Football's governing body FIFA, with the legal team of FIFA's rules after the termination of his contract with Lokomotiv Moscow in 2014. The Court of Justice of the European Union in October found that FIFA's rules, which govern the way some football transfers work, break European Union laws. Diarra, who played in the Premier League for Chelsea, Arsenal and Portsmouth, said on Monday that he hoped FIFA and the RBFA would at least have the decency to approach him to propose an amicable settlement. To end the news, Bournemouth have signed Liverpool winger Ben Doak for an initial £20 million with a further £5 million in add-ons. The 19-year-old has signed a 5-year contract, becoming Bournemouth's fourth summer acquisition. Doak has won 6 caps for Scotland, spending last season on loan at Middlesbrough in the Championship, scoring 3 times and recording 7 assists in 24 matches. Bournemouth are understood to have beaten interest from other Premier League clubs, including Leeds and Portuguese side Porto. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 19th.
On this day in 1964, world's first geostationary satellite was launched. SYNCOM-3, a communication satellite, was launched from Cape Canaveral in Florida. A geostationary satellite is a man-made object that follows the Earth's rotation around its axis. Because of this, it looks like it is not moving in the sky for observers on Earth. Like all geostationary satellites, SYNCOM-3 was placed in orbit about 22,000 miles from Earth, above the equator and near the international dateline. The 1964 Tokyo Olympics were broadcast to the United States with the help of this satellite. And on this day in 1919, Afghanistan gained independence from the United Kingdom. The Central Asian country came under British control in 1859. The country was considered to be a buffer for the British trade in opium and as a frontier to protect their interest in India. Despite trying several times to consolidate their rule over Afghanistan, the Afghan people remained hostile to British control, and in 1919, King Amanullah declared Afghanistan to be independent from Britain's protection. The declaration launched a war called the Third Anglo-Afghan War, which ended with the signing of the Rawalpindi Treaty on this day. The treaty granted Afghanistan independence from the British.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
The Lagos State government says it will build stronger civic engagement and promote transparency in governance through a reliable feedback mechanism on the projects meant to impact the people of the state positively. Deputy Governor Engineer Obafemi Hamzat made the pledge while speaking via virtual at a political, legislative and civil engagement sensitization program on Wednesday, themed Volunteerism, the Power in Action.
How do we get feedback from our citizens in a more organized way? And my understanding is everybody in this room fit into that bucket, meaning these are people that can critique what we are doing. These are people that can help us amplify the things we are doing. And these are the people that can help us to say, okay, what we are hearing is you are not doing well in this area, or that you are doing well in this area. Because we cannot claim monopoly of wisdom. And as such, we want to serve our people better. But we also need to let citizens know what we are doing.
Hamzat, who highlighted some ongoing state projects, debunking claims that the government was inactive.
So if you look at our team's agenda, which is I'm sure everybody in the room will be familiar with. So the T, as we know, stands for Transportation and Traffic Management. The H is Health and Environment. The E is Education and Technology. The M is Making Lagos the 21st century. The E is Entertainment. And S is Security and Governance. And the plus there is actually Empowerment and Youth Inclusion. So if you look at those, so let's take, for example, our hospitals. So I'm sure a lot of people know that we have about 26 general hospitals spread across the state, and we are building more. We are building Ojo General Hospital that sits, I think, on about 8 hectares of land and is massive.
The special advisor to the governor on political, legislative and civil engagement, Afolabi Tajuddin Abiodun, said the initiative was designed to connect the government more closely with grassroots communities.
We are here today to do job with them and to help us pass the message of messages down to the grassroots. We cannot have everybody here, but those that we have here today are good representatives of the voice of Lagos State.
The event brought together residents, political stakeholders and volunteers focused on encouraging citizens to voice their concerns and become active participants in governance.
The awareness is not there. 2, communication gap. Government should try as much as possible to engage the grassroots. When we say to engage in grassroots, let them know their efforts, let them know what government is doing. There are many people out there on social media. Let's work on how to create awareness and let's diversify on our languages. It's not everybody that can comprehend. It's not everybody that can speak English language. At least with the government awareness on their different programs, let them diversify in different languages. Mr. Governor Sanwo-Olu is trying. Mr. Deputy Governor have been trying. All the people in Lagos State, the executive, the legislative, they have been trying, but let there be awareness.
Destiny Momo, Business Day Television News.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now it's time for us to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing this alongside
Onyeka Valentine.
Very good.
They don't know what happens behind the camera.
Good to see you this morning. How are you feeling?
Atarodo.
What does that even mean?
So it means that watch what you eat and make sure the pepper is in moderation.
Are you telling us something this morning?
I am telling you something. I know me, I like to bring, great stuff to the table. But again, what a fantastic start my morning. By drinking a lot of water. Having eaten too much pepper.
So sorry.
By the way, they don't know what ataro is.
Yeah, that's is it Scotch bonnet?
Well, it's some what's what again? It's a different category of pepper.
Pepper.
You should know now. You're the person.
That's why I said Scotch bonnet. I think it's Scotch bonnet pepper. I think so. But let's see what we have on the front pages on the paper this morning. Starting off with the Vanguard paper this morning. It says federal government vows equal response as U.S. tightens visa rules. It says embassy now requires 5 years social media history for visa applicants. United States government revokes 6,000 students' visas.
Wow.
Interagency meeting to fashion out federal government's response. And here you see a picture of Tinubu arriving in Tokyo for TCAD 9. Of course, they've been he's been under
a lot of
what's the word?
Some would say
there's been
a spotlight even more, but even like that, there's been
scrutiny and backlash
a lot of talk
for his travels. Yeah, and then on the top left-hand side here, it says 2.2 million poor households to receive federal government cash transfer. And this is from the minister. On page 8 today, it says NGE raises alarm over economy insecurity and media suppression. That's something. And on page 9 this morning, it says United States and British government, Northern Can laud the federal government and NSA over arrest of terror kingpins. Of course, this is in light of the terrorists who were said to be arrested the other day. And then it says Revenue Commission begins fresh allocation formula. On the bottom side of the paper this month, it says paternity crisis. 1 in 4 Nigerian fathers are not biological parents. Maybe this is a sign this morning to go get a DNA check or something for your child, because 1 in 4, that's very telling. Very telling. Now, this one is on ahead of the 2027 elections. It says Atiku, Obi, Amechi will stay united without presidential ticket. This is from the ADC. This is them also. Maybe this is a way of inspiring public confidence in the unity that they have within the party. Isheshe Day, of course, this is in Abeokuta. It says August 20th declared public holiday in Ogun, Oyo, Oshun, and Lagos.
We're celebrating again.
Isheshe Day. It's a day they always celebrate every year. No. And then on page 9 it says United States pledges support for Kyiv amid Russia and Ukraine peace talks. I think we should start from the visa rules. Federal government vowing equal response as U.S. tightens visa rules. Now, U.S. has said that they put in a number of rules for people who want to enter into the United States already. Entry into the United States has always been tough. So now we're seeing that they are now requiring 5 years social media history for visa applicants. So you have to now that's a lot to provide upon all of the things we provide normally. And then revoking 6,000 students visas. 6,000, that's a lot.
If we must go into this and be very, very open and say it the way it should be said, in the interest of our viewers, truth be told, fix your home, Nigeria. We Nigerians, we should fix our home. That's the fact. It has gotten to a point where, the layman would normally say insult on injury. Fix our home. Otherwise, we will every now and then be pushed around by several nations. And there's no way, or put this way, this is not in any way trying to sound diplomatic in nature. We're just saying it the way it is. they have seen lacunas and they believe that if they make those decisions, it will strengthen their own home country, right? So we should begin to think in our own light to say, look, fix our home. So I think for me, as much as it might sound, unpatriotic, maybe I would say it is good that they tighten those restrictions. I mean, everybody wants to go on holiday, but America is not the only country that there is on this planet. Open your eyes, right? I'm not demarketing America. I'm just saying the way it is. If you want rest of mind, America is not really the place to go to have rest of mind. Let's be honest. If you want to enjoy there are other places around the world. But because America is a huge business, right? When it comes to potential, if you want to make it, if you're in the creative industry, there's a likelihood that you make it more in Hollywood than you might make it in Bollywood, let alone Nollywood, right? And I'm calling it different hierarchies.
No, I think maybe this is the better way to phrase that. Right. You said there's a likelihood you make it in Hollywood. No, I think the Hollywood word should be Hollywood. Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is there's a likelihood that if you get into Nollywood, you get more. You're not that there's a likelihood that you will make it, but there's a likelihood that getting into Hollywood will be better off for you.
That's what I'm
than
saying.
Getting into Bollywood.
So now, why am I saying all this? Yeah. It's because of the way they've structured their economy, they've structured, things are working there. What am I trying to say is that as it stands right now, let's call a spade, right? Hollywood is a bigger market than Hollywood. I'm talking about those who are in the creative industry now.
The biggest market.
Do you know what I mean? But the thing is, having said the truth, let's not face it. If we want Nollywood to be better than Hollywood, fix Nigeria. Our leaders, fix Nigeria. Followers too, citizens too, fix Nigeria. Because one man cannot do it. Tinubu alone cannot do it. He needs everyone who is in his cabinet. He needs in his cabinet. He needs everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean people who are truly willing to change the course and the dynamics of Nigeria, change the narrative. He needs everyone who is also in the diaspora, those of us who are in the country, to fix Nigeria, the economy, security. Security cannot be left alone for security personnel. As a citizen of Nigeria, if you see something, say something. Don't say, oh, I don't want to talk, so you don't come and attack me. If you don't say anything, eventually those kidnappers or those bandits will outrun your business, outrun the state. There will be no business for you to do what? For you to even do. So the sooner we speak up, the better. Why am I saying all this? The only way we can answer and effectively give a response to countries who, put stiff travel ban or travel visas on us. America is not the only country who has done that. Dubai has done that. Other countries will follow suit. They will see that, oh, wait a minute, if these countries can do it and Nigeria hasn't, moved any muscle, they can also do it too. Now, that's just on one corner. What about the flip side? The reason why most of these countries, right, are putting out all these strong visa traveling, restrictions, telling you, give us 5 years history of social media. I mean, seriously, then every other issue that we have seen in the media over time is because they've understood that if Nigeria will not do their biddings, let's be honest, it's not everything that hits the media. I'm sure there's some certain things they're asking the Nigerian government for. We are saying, no, this is not our values. A good example is for them to tell us we want to send prisoners, Venezuelan prisoners to Nigeria. Is Nigeria a dumping ground? I think I want to applaud our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his cabinet and his, and the government for saying, no, we are not a dumping ground, right? When you need to dump criminals, and we already have our own issues too. To add that one to us will frustrate us. So in standing your ground, they will create things in different ways to make sure they muscle you into agreeing. So, having said so, our government has said that they will respond in their own way.
Yeah, so I'm curious to know how they would respond. Are they going to also say for immigrants that are coming from the United States they will look at their social media, they will do
a response will also be having said what they said. We will respond. That's a response. I believe like that. I mean, our economy is not as big as their economy. It doesn't mean that if we work hard in this, we're blessed in many ways. I keep saying it. And the sooner we understand the words of Mandela and the words of Professor Patrick Lumumba. Patrick Lumumba, yes, I think so. Said, now, the day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again. The rest of Africa is looking up to Nigeria. Wake up, Nigeria. Now, this is in no way trying to sever, diplomatic idea or whatever. No. But in diplomacy, sometimes you agree to what? To disagree. So in this case, Nigeria should look inwards and say, we as a country, we have the numbers, we have the fertile ground, we have arable land, we've got natural resources, we have oil, we have everything that could make this country run. Truth be told, we don't even have natural disasters like typhoons, like hurricane that they have in the United States. We don't have earthquakes like that. Yes, we have flood, but something that we can control. It's not overwhelming us yet, and we pray it doesn't. And so the question is, what is wrong with Nigeria? It's good to face it. Is leadership the problem?
Let's move to this conversation, which I think is quite important right now. This report says paternity crisis. It says 1 in 4 Nigerian fathers are not biological fathers. What's your initial reaction to this one?
Honestly, this is so. It is. Some will say.
Is this shocking to you?
It is shocking.
No, I don't find it shocking because we've been in fact, having this conversation for a while.
A bit different. Actually, it's not shocking.
Okay.
I will explain why I agree with you.
Why?
Well, when I said it was shocking, is because it's coming this late, really. So I've come earlier on. Now, to now agree to say that it is not shocking because, truth be told, the level of hardship, right? So there's a saying that goes this way: a hungry man is an angry man. An angry man, of course, is a frustrated man, and a frustrated man is a desperate man.
Yeah.
And you don't want to see what desperate can do.
Okay.
And this cuts across board, male and female. Look, when you finally get out of the space of you want to get married, and then you marry somebody who you believe can give you a great home, it's a give and take. And so things don't go the way you expect them. There's financial crisis, back and forth. Not everybody has that strong, resilient power. Some will say, oh, I have a child from my husband, right? Look, this child's not going to go to school. My husband has lost his job. And there's a story like that. I'm just giving you, what we've heard. A story like that where this man lost his job a year after marrying her, marrying this wonderful lady. Turns out to be that they've had a child, which is his own, which the child obviously is his own child. But look, she had no other choice but to do whatever she had to do to make sure that she would keep the family running. And the process made a mistake, right? So what's going to happen after that? Are you going to now tell her that okay, because the baby is now dirty, let's battle that is now dirty, let's battle that baby away. She's made a mistake. Is he willing to forgive her? It took a community to go and beg the man. But again, let's look at it. Nigeria happened to the man. He lost his job. He was up and doing. So she had to fend one way or the other. She made a mistake in the process. And this is life. Life can happen to anybody. And so the second baby turns out not to be his own. And so what happens? So the family broken up. And so the whole now goes back and forth. And so he ends up hitting her. They end up going to court, back and forth. Now he's in jail. So you can understand how this whole dynamics can play out. So a lot of factors can add up to that statement being very factual. One, the economy, right? It's not smiling. We know this already, right? Secondly, the fact that other things are not working the way we expect to work. Even as a salary earner, if you don't have a good vehicle, you stand a chance of getting to work late. How long are you going to keep giving excuses?
No, but I'm trying to understand how it ties to this.
So I will tell you how it ties. What I'm trying to say is that hardship in general caused by the nation can cause this particular number to be correct. Why? Because people look elsewhere for survival and sustenance.
So you're saying that hardship can lead to cheating. Is it cheating?
Yes, cheating.
Because I want us callers just say it as it is.
It is cheating.
Because how will the father of your child not be your child? It's only that you go and have.
That's the point. And why would you want to cheat on somebody? I mean, first and foremost, if you don't love somebody, why would you want to marry the person, right? And so you marry someone who you love, but in between there's an issue. And so what happens? It happens to be that maybe you have to go out of your way. I just give you a story of what happened to this other lady. And she said, look, she had no choice but to do this, to make money, to get money.
So what are we saying in essence? Are we going to normalize this? Are we saying that all the men should just...
So I gave you that story to make you understand that this thing happens on the daily. Maybe not on the daily per se, but every now and then. So for us to now say, is this good or not? Of course, it is not good. Should men be worried? Yes, men should be worried. Now, so this is the after effect now. Men should be worried, right? These kind of statistics, 1 every 4, right? Marriage can actually give room for this is not my child or that is my child, as the case may be. So, one of the things that can cause it, I'll just give you one. There are many other factors. It's the religious factor there, right? Oh, the lady's pregnant, you must marry her because you're the one dating her. You are the one who's responsible for it. Maybe I might tell you, look, they're not the ones responsible for this thing, but nobody of you in the same church. So that be the case, you must marry. And then at the end of the day, to save face, you marry her. But something tells you after 2 years down the line, this child's not looking like you. I mean, it's not like they use this word, this passive word. The looking is not looking, something like that. And you choose to go for a DNA test. And I realized that this was happening.
And the painful thing is, it's even the cost of doing a DNA test can even just make you forget it altogether and just be like, I mean, I've been taking care of the child either ways and we're good.
The fear of the outcome is the reason why most men would rather just shove it aside.
Yeah, maybe the fear of the outcome and also the fear of the amount.
Well, if you look at it, the outcome, if I want to pay ahead of it with more than the amount I'm going to pay for the amount is going to be, let's say it's even 100,000. Most men will rather want to bring that 100,000 to make sure that, look, I want to make sure all the millions I'm going to spend on this child is going to really, really, let's be worth, let's bless my child. But they forget something. And I'm not making a case for any woman who goes astray, right? If for any reason you choose to be a dad, it's a decision that you make. And to do that means you're willing to take responsibility for a lot of things. Absolutely. Remember, being a father is different from being a dad. That is my father. It's different from saying that's my dad. Understand it. Later, people who are watching will understand which one outweighs which.
It would have been nice for you to tell us which one outweighs which, but let's move to this story here. It says 2.2 million poor households to receive federal government cash transfer. I think that's laudable from the federal government. And then speaking of ADC right now, ahead of the 2027 elections, putting a united front, saying that Atiku, Obi, and Mechi will stay united without a presidential ticket. Do you think they're just trying to inspire confidence to perhaps make the public, the voting population, to see them as a viable party that is not really hungry for presidency, and maybe in that way give them some support?
I put the cart before the horse, but now I'm going to put the horse before the cart. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. In this case, look at the lineup. Now, are they saying that, look, with or without, PDP or any other party, they can survive? Are they saying that give and take, they can stand their own and make strong strides? The truth of the matter is that, yes, they are saying so. Now, what this means is that they are letting you understand that they are now pillars that can create followers. Whether or not they move with a party that is well known, they themselves can become a party. And that's dangerous. Meaning to say that you have moved from the idea and the perspective of the people, rather you see yourself as idol people should worship. People don't see from a different angle. Politics is a very, very, dynamic game. And in this case, you have this kind of, caliber of people telling you that this is what they want to do, whether or not they are in parties that Nigerians have already gotten used to, that they can break out and do that individually, or maybe come together away from ADC, PDP, or APC, who are the ruling party, and create another commotion on one corner. For this to happen, which means there's a lot of money somewhere that's stacking up and getting ready for 2027. And that is where the crux of the matter is. Trust me, money is being piled up, getting ready, gearing up for 2027. So whoever it is that knows exactly how to make money from it should probably, key into the opportunity. But will it be fair and free and fair? That I cannot even guarantee anyone. Again, I don't work for INEC. We don't work for INEC. Our job is to come and talk about the stories and, say the things that our viewers want to ask if they had the opportunity. And having said so, anyone who's waiting for 2027 to have in mind that, look, for what it's worth, is the person who obviously might have the most money, right? Could emerge as the case may be. Why? Because Nigerians are hungry. And like I said before, a hungry man It's an angry man. An angry man. It's a desperate man. So when you come with all those gifts and things to sway their, their thoughts and opinion, they will go for the highest bidder. It's only a matter of time. But again, let us see how time plays things out.
Yeah, let's see how time plays things out, because we're running out of time. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch.
So the Punch, Elizabeth, says custom issues 14-day deadline to seize 905 overtime cargoes. Custom issues 14-day deadline to seize 905 overtime cargoes. That's page 22. They can find that. Page 3 says, crisis alert. UNICEF seeks life-saving 240 billion naira for Nigerian aid projects. What does that even mean?
It's interesting to see how, this from UNICEF to WFP to all of these international bodies are just seeking for aid and support. WFP, the World Food Program, they're crying about the hunger in some part of the north and saying that they need about, I think it was about $12 million or something. Now UNICEF is seeking life-saving 240 billion naira for Nigeria aid project. It would be interesting to actually see what some of these projects are that they actually are looking to get 240 billion naira for, because that's a lot.
Money come from? Again, who's going to give them this money? Because we don't have this money in our bank.
I'm curious. I'm particular about knowing what this project might entail. This project that they need 240 billion naira for.
Anyways, well, we might obviously find out later. Page 3 says Fubara eyes September 18 comeback as IBAS pushes project's completion. Are we seeing Fubara coming?
Yeah, most likely that will be what's detailed inside the story. If we could just take a look maybe inside the story for a bit, because if IBAS is completing project, perhaps maybe they have that a little bit of tete-a-tete or some ongoing conversation. Yes, that just means that we could be seeing him coming back. I think the Rivers on like what we had expected. The people had been calm, with IBAS being in administering and all of that. So we could just take a look at what it says.
It says Fubara eyes September 18 comeback as IBAS pushes project completion. It says, with 1 month left before the expiration of 6 months emergency rule in Rivers State, the camp of suspended governor, Signalai Fubara says it has begun the countdown to his expected return on September 18th, 2025. It goes on to say, Governor's Media's aide, Jerry, told the Punch that residents were eager to have Fubara come back, continue the good work he was doing. When they say residents, so we're the ones that were kicking against him. Are they also residents?
How many of them kicked? That's why I said that Rivers had been shockingly calm. So that showed something, that the people were just okay with how whatever it is. They were not fighting or doing anything. So that also showed that they, like you said, like the story says, it says expected return. So it's like, okay, this is what's happening now. We're good. This person is coming back either way, so we're fine.
So those people who were busy fighting each other right now.
Who really fought? Did people really fight? When it first came into the news, we're the ones making so much noise about it. At some point, I realized that I think these people are good. Let's focus on other things.
Again,
right?
Isn't Nigerian politics greater than Netflix? The major story here is, Alafin says something. Let's see. It says Alafin lambasts Oni in fairy clash over chieftaincy title.
This thing about titles.
It's a big issue, right? Okay, so let's look at the middle one here. It says FG Moles pay raise for political office holders. I think you mentioned something like that. I think so.
No, not exactly this. Not exactly this.
So, I mean, what this means really is that we are still, we're still insensitive about the fact that cost of governance is very high. I was looking at this particular publication by some international body, even though I know they always have their own agendas. They're talking about how the Nigerian government, that's our Nigerian government, has overlooked the issue the common man is facing and focused so much funds in running governance, thereby making it so attractive. And governance becomes so attractive, people want to kill to get there. Hence what we're seeing, during elections, ballot boxes being destroyed and all what you see, back and forth. I'm not saying that it's only peculiar to Nigeria. Other countries have their own issues too. After in America, they were accusing someone for election fraud or something like that. But again, it's on a different level. Right? But to see this thing here where we're talking about political office holders, especially those in government, even says Tinubu's 1.5 million naira salary, ministers under 1 million pay low, launches revenue sharing review. Who knows his salary is 1.5 million? Did you know?
Because you know that's just nothing in the scheme of things. When you add all of the extras, the add-ons, the ESTA code, and everything, certainly. So it's a little bit laughable, if you ask me.
Anyway, so just below here we see the lineup of world leaders. This is coming amid after the meeting of Donald Trump and Putin, which was quite a show, and nothing came out of it like that. No concrete agreement. But right after that, Donald Trump being who he is, we're very, very passionate because I like the fact.
I think you like him. It's your role model.
It's not my role model per se, but it gives me a lot of content, But then again, he's a strange guy, but he's doing his work well. Americans are the ones to answer.
They're the ones to answer, actually.
But then we see lineup here. We see Starmer. We see the Ukraine president. We see Emmanuel Macron. We also see more or less like the NATO people here. We see what them. It says global leaders begin high-stake talks to end Russia-Ukraine war.
They better end it because I think by now the world is a little bit exhausted from seeing peace talks here, conversation ongoing, XYZ. We just want peace. We don't want war. We just want peace.
Well, peace is very costly.
Yeah, peace is costly. Actually, peace is won at the price of war.
That's the thing. And again, for us to sound a bit fair, before this whole Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think Putin and his Crimea people had a lot of engagement. They tried to talk to NATO, talk to a lot of people who were already crossing their boundary. I don't know if you know, before I leave here, I don't know if you know this, history has made it clear that Russia had a meeting with NATO. The agreement then was simple. Do not move an inch east. NATO broke that agreement.
NATO or Ukraine?
NATO broke the agreement by trying to lure Ukraine into NATO. And what that means is that NATO will have its missiles and base at the corridor of Russia. Russia couldn't take that. As much as we are media people, we should stay on the fence. But if I was in Putin's shoes, truth be told, I would act. Because right at my show, which means at any point in time, you can send missiles with warhead, nuclear warhead.
It was just about them protecting their sovereignty, protecting their
and then he took a while to explain to the world. He was going from point to point, telling people, look, NATO has broken this rule. NATO should stop this thing and move forward.
Right.
Let's leave it for Global Talks.
Congratulations to them as they go on with Global Talks today. But that's where we wrap it up this morning, right here on the BDTV Newspaper Review. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valet.
Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
morning. You're still watching the breakfast show on BusinessDay TV, and this is Business Morning segment on the morning show. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us. Now let's move on to the first conversation for today. Talking about the economic significance of Nigeria's hospitality industry. Nigeria's hospitality industry continues to stand out as one of the country's fastest growing sectors, with a strong impact on the national economy. Now, this industry covers hotels, restaurants, event centers, and other service providers that support tourism and business activities. Experts say the sector contributes significantly to Nigeria's gross domestic product, creating thousands of jobs and stimulating economic activity through tourism, leisure, and related spending. Now, growth in the industry is being driven by a rising economy, expanding global consumer purchasing power, and even rapid technological advancements that are transforming service delivery. Despite these gains, the sector faces challenges such as regulatory hurdles, infrastructure deficits, and intense competition. Joining us to unveil this fast check is Michel C. Agu. He's a media and hospitality consultant and the MD CEO Trix Motion Limited. Good morning, Mr. Michel.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you so much. Now, how would you assess the hospitality industry's overall contribution to Nigeria's GDP?
Yeah, so far so good. The hospitality industry has really contributed immensely to the Nigerian GDP in various aspects of different professional areas. Because gone before now, there's nothing called Airbnb, and gone before now, there's nothing called service departments. It's just hotels. So hospitality industry cut across the entertainment industry as well, cut across lounge, cut across restaurants, cut across nightclubs. And so the federal government of Nigeria has done so much impact in putting a lot of measures in place in terms of security and then in terms of supporting giving out loans to a lot of investors to come up with a new good infrastructure and good facilities in the country. Now, how is contributed to Nigerian economy and the GDP is that a lot of during last year December we did what they call holiday in Nigeria. A lot of people came from abroad. A lot of people come from different countries. A lot of Nigerian diaspora came with billions of dollars to come spend in Nigeria, all of this with their families. And families really enjoyed the company of their brothers and sisters. Like God. So when you have a good government in power, when you have security, then it's going to increase your GDP is going to increase in the area of hospitality. So it's done a lot in the area of employment. A lot of Nigerians are getting employed through all these mediums, through all these hotels, and through all these places. So nightlife has really increased in Nigeria. And the areas like Lagos, Owerri, Port, Abuja. Abuja is street, Lagos is street, Owerri is fantastic when it comes to nightlife. So it's really a plus for Nigeria in this
Oh wow!
area. So
that's nice.
It's a good development. Yeah.
Now, in what ways has the sector created direct and indirect jobs for Nigerians?
Yeah, in the area of employment, there's been a lot of massive employment for Nigeria in the area of employment. Like I said earlier, gone are the days where your people cannot get opportunity to be employed, so they just roam around the streets. But now, with mixology, you get a good job in working in the bar. Restaurant attendants get a good job in restaurants. And every hotel has all these departments. You know, the bar, the restaurant. If you're a dry cleaner, you get a good job in the hotel because there's a laundry department, If you're housekeeping, if you're somebody who loves to clean, you get a job in a hotel as a housekeeper or a public area cleaner. A cook, for instance, people get a lot of good jobs. You tend to cook good food and people enjoy the food. So you get a good job in the hotel. So security, the area of security is always a big, massive requirement. A lot of hotels have good security in the area of even police patrol, military patrol, So there's been a lot of positive impact. There's been a lot of positive impact, and that is a plus for that. So
all right,
in that aspect, it's positive.
Okay, so can the hospitality industry be seen as a reliable driver of economic diversification beyond oil?
In this aspect, I'm going to tell you no, and I'm also going to tell you yes, because hospitality industry caters for broad part of the country. A lot of people benefit from it because if you're a traveler, for a lot of tourist attraction, a lot of people coming into the country, the only first place to go to is to lodge in a hotel or go to hospitality. Now, the issue here is that oil is a natural resource, which they don't quantify it. They have their in and out, they have their positive, they have their differences. So oil is something that is different, it's a natural. But the hospitality industry is an investment. Do you understand? It's an investment that you have to decide to develop that area. You have to develop it. It's a personal, individual, it's an individual business. But for oil, it's a natural resources which governments need to tackle and go into creative industries to make that oil become high value to expand the country.
Okay.
But for hospitality industry, it's an individual, it's individualizing, it's individual business. It's a personal business, you understand? But I'm still going to touch on that later. Okay. Why the difference are so enormous and so large and so big. Why you can't remove one for one. Yeah. Two separate, they are two separate entities, two separate in time.
So now, what key factors are actually fueling the growth of Nigeria's hospitality industry as of today? What key factors are fueling the growth?
Yeah, security is a major factor, because if the country is secure, a lot of investors, a lot of expatriates, a lot of tourist people are going to come into the country to come and enjoy the facility that what I'm saying. I, for one, I have a property in Imo, for instance. It's not making any impact because there's insecurity. You understand?
Yeah.
I have another one in Anambra where I viewed for with so much when I came back from America. Because I thought going home to set up something for myself, but being the best joy of my people. You understand?
Yeah.
So since I've set it up, the project worth over 400 people. I've not even made 50, I've not even made 1 million since then. So imagine that. But people in Lagos that set up a property in Lagos, it's even just 100 million or 50 million. They make not less than 5 to 10 million every day. You see the difference? So security plays a larger role.
Wow.
Plays a bigger role in making hospitality hospitable.
Right.
Because if you're traveling out, for instance, you want to go into an hotel. So when you come into Nigeria, everybody wants to come into Lagos. They want to come into Abuja because these places are secure. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So these are the factors that can really affect the growth of hospitality in the country. You understand? And then when you see what fuels it the most, is because the country is secure. So when these parts are secure, investors come in. So you can even call in an investor in Mexico and say, oh, I would like you to come and invest in my country. And they're like, oh, okay, I'm already coming because the money is not the problem here. It's just people, investors look for virgin land. They look for secure places, to put in an empire. So if there is no security, then the second factor that fuel the hospitality industry is electricity. It's electricity. So a lot of hotels close down because of cost of operational expense. You understand, expenses.
Okay.
So if you have an hotel and there's no all the time running on diesel, but the advantage here is that is part of what we're introducing to a lot of hotels. But alternative energy, we sell solars, like my hotels runs on solar. So that's why I'm not worried. So because if it's running on generator, whether you make money or not, you're still going to send millions of money to buy this. Do you understand? But because I put solar in my hotels, so I don't really worry. So when we make money, we sell to me. When we make money, we're good. You understand?
Yeah.
So electricity plays a larger role in the hospitality industry. It fuels the hospitality industry because the cost of spending on diesel alone can actually cause you to liquidate. It can actually cause you to close up. The cost is enormous, it's big, it's massive. So because whether you like it or not, they must be light from morning till night. You have customer or not, they must be light. So these things these are things that fuel the hospitality industry. And another thing I can talk about is manpower and professionalism. So a lot of us actually studied this thing outside the country. I used to be a member of the Alliance Management, where we travel around the world to sell franchise of hotels, buy franchise, take over your hotel, run it for a while.
Okay.
Professionalism, make it to professionalism.
All right, so very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to cut you on that, but now very quickly, how has technology shaped service delivery and competitiveness in the sector?
Yeah, technology is the key thing. Right now, you can write a mail without even typing word. Just tell AI what you want, it's going to type it for you. Currently, this is when we used to work with our hotel, and everything is analog. Right, and everything is computerized. From the gate, I'm supposed to when we introduce AutoCAD, car park, AutoCAD, entry parking, AutoCAD, entrance. A lot of people in the thought it was just a waste of time.
Okay.
Now, when you go to a hotel, you go to ShopRite, you don't need to talk to anybody. You just tap your stuff on the machine. It prints out the card, so you go in. When you're coming out, you know the time. So also, this also secure. It also brings in security. So technology has become is massive. Like now, all the hotels has a CCTV. So when the crime happens, you can be able to just check the CCTV, and so you can drop your phone on the restaurant. I was managing an hotel in Lagos, in Lekki. It's called Blue Atlantic. One of the best and one of the super wonderful, well organized hotel in Nigeria. It's called Blue Atlantic. It's in Lekki, just by close to the cinema. Now there was one incident that happened. Some people came from the US and then we had a restaurant. And after some days, they said we lost it. They said there was a gold chain that was given to her. This gold chain was left at the restaurant. And the manager on duty nearly fired all the restaurant. They're being professional.
Oh, wow.
You can't do that. They have to go to the camera, watch the camera, the gift was given to her. After the gift was given, we watched it. And then it happened that she took stuff to her room. Do you understand? She took it to her room. But she was saying she left it at the restaurant. But that was the day she saw it. At the end of the day, she went to her room, searched everywhere, and found it. So technology is a key to any developing country and any developed country. And in the area of having a robot to patrol at night with a camera So we're selling that right now because I just finished seeing with you what a Chinese company that we're going to bring the tax into some hospitality industry. Right now we're using at Apple. So where you at night, the robot patrols like a car, like a very small robot. The patrols, but it has a camera. So it goes around while we sit down and watch a camera in the office and it goes around. So this technology. Now when you get to the counter, you can book a room and you can. So there's a software that we're already built from the airport. You can actually check into your hotel room. You don't need to come to the hotel and see the place of receptions. So very soon the hotels are going to start doing the receptions. So you book your room, you check in. Do you understand? You book your room, you check it. So you get to the hotel, you just check.
So in other words, you've just made us understand the importance of technology in hotels, in terms of security and all of that one. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell, for being a part of Business Morning this morning to expose how it is that Nigerians can, increase the economy through the hospitality business. Thank you so much for your time. We would have gone asked you more and more questions, but the audio coming from your end, it's a little bit, restricted. But nevertheless, we'll have you some other time. Thank you for joining us.
I'm not in Nigeria right now, so I'll be coming back to tomorrow.
It's fine. It's fine. So, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful
day. It's a pleasure.
Yes.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're still watching Business Morning on the breakfast show of Business Day Television. We will be right back after this break. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 19th.
On this day in 1964, world's first geostationary satellite was launched. SYNCOM-3, a communications satellite, was launched from Cape Canaveral in Florida. A geostationary satellite is a man-made object that follows the Earth's rotation around its axis. Because of this, it looks like it is not moving in the sky for observers on Earth. Like all geostationary satellites, SYNCOM-3 was placed in orbit about 22,000 miles from Earth, above the equator and near the international dateline. The 1964 Tokyo Olympics were broadcast to the United States with the help of this satellite. And on this day in 1919, Afghanistan gained independence from the United Kingdom. The Central Asian country came under British control in 1859. The country was considered to be a buffer for the British trade in opium and as a frontier to protect their interest in India. Despite trying several times to consolidate their rule over Afghanistan, the Afghan people remained hostile to British control, and in 1919, King Amanullah declared Afghanistan to be independent from Britain's protection. The declaration launched a war called the Third Anglo-Afghan War, which ended with the signing of the Rawalpindi Treaty on this day. The treaty granted Afghanistan independence from the British.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
You're welcome back to Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show. Now, let's move on to our second conversation for today, talking about PWDs. Now, driving inclusion and growth in Nigeria's economy. Persons with disabilities are steadily becoming a vital part of Nigeria's economic growth story, contributing across sectors despite facing systemic barriers, with an estimated 27 million Nigerians living with one form of disability or another. Experts say the group represents not just a social category, but a significant economic force. From entrepreneurship and innovation to the arts, education, ICT, and agriculture, PWDs are breaking stereotypes and proving that ability, not disability, drives productivity. And according to advocacy groups, thousands of small, medium-scale enterprises, SMEs in Nigeria, are owned or co-managed by PWDs, generating jobs and income within their communities. In recent years, tech-savvy youths with disabilities have also made notable strides in the digital economy, leveraging remote work opportunities in areas such as software development, online content creation, and even digital marketing. These contributions not only foster financial independence, but also expand Nigeria's participation in the global gig economy. Now, as Nigeria continues to diversify its economy, PWDs are demonstrating daily that inclusion fuels resilience, and that when empowered, no group is too small to shape the nation's economic destiny. Joining us to prove how industrious PWDs have been economically is Dr. Chike Okogu, a leading disability rights advocate, strategist, and also a political leader in Nigeria. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Destiny. Good morning, Nigeria. Destiny, please, can you allow me to sing a song for you?
No, sir.
Destiny, I look at me calling Destiny.
Thank you so much for that, sir. It's so good to have you on, sir. So on economic contribution, how would you describe the current role of persons with disabilities in Nigeria's economy?
So, once again, I thank you and good morning, Nigeria. The role of persons with disabilities in Nigeria, in Nigeria politics and everything. It was, I want to quote my former teacher in Harvard, Professor Marshall Gant, who says, and I quote, that there are three phases of power. The first phase of power, which is your face, like your human face, is the master-servant relationship. Meaning this is from his work, Power and Powerlessness. The first phase of power is the master-servant relationship, which is where we were as persons with disabilities before the act was signed. When the act was signed, it brought us to the second phase of power, which is about sitting on the table to discuss, coming inside the room. And then when the third phase of power after the act has been signed, which is the allocation and distribution of resources. 35 million persons with disabilities in Nigeria is a huge number. You know my personal story. Yes. I was going to the Abuja airport in December of 2006 when I survived a car crash that left me paraplegic since then. Has this stopped people from becoming disabled? No. Other forms of disabilities exist. The numbers are growing by the day. In fact, in Nigeria today, with the economy 10 years ago, 1.5 million naira could give you 10 million, 1.5 million naira could give you $10,000. Today in Nigeria, 1.5 million naira cannot even give you $1,000. What does that tell you? More people have become financially disabled. True or false?
True.
So, what are persons with disabilities brought to the table, and what are we bringing to the table? We're bringing creativity. We're bringing innovation. We're asking, you call us special people because we think out. In fact, we don't only think outside the box. You know me personally too, my dear.
Yes, sir.
You can tell that I don't think as if there's a box. In fact, the box does not exist.
Sure.
And if we can bring our creativity, I will quote the University of Wisconsin report on disability that says opportunities, responsibilities, and empowerment are the three core mantras that drives a person with disability. I added a C to it to make it core in my own research work. Courage, opportunities, responsibilities, and empowerment, CORE. Those are the core that drives a person with disability. So with courage, we bring courage to the table. We take opportunities as they come. We create responsibilities for ourselves. We don't even wait for people to give us empowerment anymore. Sure. We try to create the level playing ground for empowerment. All we're asking for is for government and whoever is in charge to do the empowerment. And that is why I am in the ADC, as you announced me as the ADC National Leader, the National Leader for Persons with Disabilities. Yes. We're going to do things differently in ADC. And you can tell that politics authors too, like Max Weber, in his work, Politics as a Vocation, says there are two types of politicians, those who want to gain from politics and those who want to use politics for the betterment of others. True. We cannot be outside of the room anymore. We have to mainstream and be part of the political process. You know my background too with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Yeah. We conducted in my NGO, Center for Ability, Rehabilitation and Empowerment, the research that indicated that persons with disabilities have been left out of the political system. We did an audit report of all political parties in Nigeria, and it was damning. We have made recommendations for minimum standards, and these are the reasons why I am in politics, so that politics will no more be transactional as it is. It will be transformational. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So now, in what sectors are PWDs making the most significant contributions as of today?
I would say entrepreneurship. Okay. I would say entrepreneurship. Yes, entrepreneurship is one of the, because why do we say entrepreneurship? The law says that at least 5% of jobs should be reserved for persons with disabilities. Sure. But you will agree with me that in Nigeria, there are laws, but they are not meant for us. Nobody is respecting those laws. Their life cannot be lived in a vacuum. We have to survive. We have to create. So entrepreneurship starts from, it starts from weaving of crafts. You know, all those handcrafts, to tailoring, to shoemaking, to IT. The person who is handling my IT solutions, Janet Nweze. Janet Nweze is a person with disability. I have Wahid, who is a person. These are IT whiskies. You know, I have Odun, who is even visually impaired. He's doing a fantastic job with my IT solution. So entrepreneurship, we just need to. Abdul is also there. Sorry, Abdul, I didn't mention. Abdul is also there. He raised his hands up too. So these are all the things that we do. And we're launching a new platform for persons with disabilities where we encourage them to swim with the tide, not against the money tide in Nigeria. What are we saying? Imagine a handcraft that they sell for 500 naira, 2,000 or 5,000 naira in Nigeria. Putting it on Amazon or Alibaba and all those places where they earn $10. You see that the conversation has changed. So with technology, we're promoting PWDs to be able to earn more in foreign currency, so that when they convert it to naira, their pockets are full. So yes, we are doing much in IT. We're doing much in production, even agri. You recall that I also run a farm. Some of them are into agri, poultry farming, proper agriculture, planting of seedlings and all that. We employ people to do the hard work for us whilst we do the smart work. So in a nutshell, we bring the smart work to the table and others do the hard work.
Now, how do issues like discrimination, inaccessible infrastructure, and also lack of credit facilities actually affect economic participation for PWDs?
This is one that strikes the heart. It goes straight direct into the heart. It's an arrow you just shot into our heart. Why did I pause? Because I paused because we have been doing what we want to do, pushing and advocating, and thank you for this opportunity. We're still talking about it. Every time you hear government announce empowerment and all that, the medium and small MSME things and all that, you will notice that PWDs are the least involved. It is tough. The central bank at the time announced that they were going to be giving loans and grants and all that. It didn't work. We have not seen any of that. It's not been. It's been in the working for over 10 years. I attended a meeting in central bank, and they were asking and saying that we don't pay back loans at PWD, and they have a moral burden of going after people, PWDs that take loans. And I said, how can you give loans to a person who is already disadvantaged? What of the grants that you give people?
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me? We've been talking to Dr. Chike Okogu. He's a Harvard strategist and also the leader of PWDs in the ADC. We'll be right back after this break to see if we can still continue with the conversation. Stay with us.
The Lagos state government says it will build stronger civic engagement and promote transparency in governance through a reliable feedback mechanism on the projects meant to impact the people of the state positively. Deputy Governor Engineer Obafemi Hamzat made the pledge while speaking via virtual at a political, legislative and civil engagement sensitization program on Wednesday, themed Volunteerism, the Power in Action.
How do we get feedback from our citizens in a more organized way? And my understanding is everybody in this room fit into that bucket, meaning these are people that can critique what we are doing. These are people that can help us amplify the things we are doing. And these are the people that can help us to say, okay, what we are hearing is you are not doing well in this area, or that you are doing well in this area. Because we cannot claim monopoly of wisdom. And as such, we want to serve our people better. But we also need to let citizens know what we are doing.
Hamzat, who highlighted some ongoing state projects, debunking claims that the government
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, welcome back to Business Morning here on the Business Day Breakfast Show. We're talking to Dr. Chike Okogu before the break. Now, Mr. Chike, welcome back. As a leader in the disability community, what is your vision for greater economic empowerment of PWDs over the next, let's say, decade? Can you hear me, sir? Apologize for the break in transmission, and that's where we will end today's edition of Business Morning in Business Day Television. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Momo. Good morning.
The Lagos state government says it will build stronger civic engagement and promote transparency in governance through a reliable feedback mechanism on the projects meant to impact the people of the state positively. Deputy Governor Engineer Obafemi Hamzat made the pledge while speaking via virtual at a political, legislative and civil engagement sensitization program on Wednesday, themed Volunteerism, the Power in Action.
How do we get feedback from our citizens in a more organized way? And my understanding is everybody in this room fit into that bucket, meaning these are people that can critique what we are doing. These are people that can help us amplify the things we are doing. And these are the people that can help us to say, okay, what we are hearing is you are not doing well in this area, or that you are doing well in this area. Because we cannot claim monopoly of wisdom. And as such, we want to serve our people better. But we also need to let citizens know what we are doing.
Hamzat, who highlighted some ongoing state projects, debunking claims that the government was inactive.
So if you look at our team's agenda, which is I'm sure everybody in the room will be familiar with. So the T, as we know, stands for Transportation and Traffic Management. The H is Health and Environment. The E is Education and Technology. The M is Making Lagos the 21st century. The E is Entertainment. And S is Security and Governance. And the plus there is actually Empowerment and Youth Inclusion. So if you look at those, so let's take, for example, our hospitals. So I'm sure a lot of people know that we have about 26 general hospitals spread across the state, and we are building more. We are building Ojo General Hospital that sits, I think, on about 8 hectares of land and is massive.
The special advisor to the governor on political, legislative and civil engagement, Afolabi Tajudeen Abiodun, said the initiative was designed to connect the government more closely with grassroots communities.
We are here today to join God with them and to help us pass the message of messages down to the grassroots. We cannot have everybody here, but those that we have here today are good representatives of the voice of Lagos State.
The event brought together residents, political stakeholders and volunteers focused on encouraging citizens to voice their concerns and become active participants in governance.
The awareness is not there. 2, communication gap. Government should try as much as possible to engage the grassroots. When we say to engage in grassroots, let them know their efforts, let them know what government is doing. There are many people out there on social media. Let's work on how to create awareness and let's diversify on our languages. It's not everybody that can comprehend. It's not everybody that can speak English language. At least with the government awareness on their different programs, let them diversify in different languages. Mr. Governor Sanwo-Olu is trying. Mr. Deputy Governor have been trying. All the people in Lagos State, the executive, the legislative, they have been trying. But let there be awareness.
Destiny Momo, Business Day Television News. The Lagos state government says it will build stronger civic engagement and promote transparency in governance through a reliable feedback mechanism on the projects meant to impact the people of the state positively. Deputy Governor Engineer Obafemi Hamzat made the pledge while speaking via virtual at a political, legislative and civil engagement sensitization program on Wednesday, themed Volunteerism, the Power in Action.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we turn our lens on a major development shaking Nigeria's financial sector, the recapitalization of the insurance industry under the new Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act, NIIRA 2025. Insurance companies in Nigeria now have just 12 months up to July 2026 to comply with the new minimum capital requirement or face liquidation, mergers, or regulatory takeover. But here's the twist. The directive has thrown the market into confusion. Many players argue that the compositions of the new capital requirement remain unclear, and terms like admissible asset, qualifying capital, and the shift to a risk-based capital framework still leave room for interpretation. Now, the question is, what does this really mean for insurers, for investors, and for policyholders? Well, to help me unpack this morning, I'm joined by two professionals, experienced professionals in the industry. I'm joined by Rasheedat Adebisi, the Chief Client Officer at AXA Mansard Insurance PLC, as well as Mr. Akinjide Orimolade, the Chief Executive of Stanbic IBTC Insurance. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Right, it's good to have you this morning.
Nice to be on the show.
Same here. Good to have you this morning. Let me start by asking the basics. Now, the NIIRA 2025 is hailed as the landmark legislation that modernizes Nigeria's insurance laws. From where you sit, what do you see as the most significant changes that it introduces, particularly with recapitalization?
I mean, if you're happy for me to start, Lisbeth, I would just say, a few words, and of course, Jide can also take over from there. But I would say there's a reinforcement on the recapitalization because you want highly capitalized insurance companies to protect you. We must remind ourselves that we're actually a safety net, protection for organizations. And to be able to do this, we need to have the right level of capital. The second thing you would see is a lot of focus on enforcement of compulsory insurance and the ability to ensure that there is consumer protection. Sometimes people think that it's about getting some more funds. That's why insurers are charging some premiums for compulsory insurance. But it's actually about consumer protection. We shouldn't rely on the government alone to actually carry the burden when unexpected events happen. And this act really reinforces this. There's also the point on digitization. The world is digital, so the industry itself must adapt. We must have rules that support us. And we've always been challenged by the former act, which is a few decades old. And I believe that the expansion of also participating with ECOWAS, working on the brown card, so that Nigerians who drive across West Africa, as we all evolve into the after, landscape, we need to ensure that our participation is also protected. So when people are driving into other countries in West Africa, they're also protected. So I think these are some of the key things, in addition to, of course, what you say, policyholder protection. But perhaps Jide might want to add a bit more to this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rasheedat. And thanks, Elizabeth, for having me on this call. First of all, it's a wet day, so I expect that some of us we already have adequate insurance to be able to take care of maybe flood happening within our environment. So just to deep dive into just to add to what Rasheedat mentioned in terms of the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025. I think it's laudable, as rightly said. It has come into operation at the right time. Why am I saying this? Looking at the insurance sector, in terms of the life business, that used to be 2 billion. Now, the government has been able to increase the capital base to 10 billion for life business, and also for general business. That used to be 3 billion, that's been increased to 15 billion. And also for a reinsurance company, from 10 billion to 35 billion. So it's a step in the right direction. Right now, when insurance companies, when they have adequate capital, based on what Rasheedat said, in terms of the consumer protection, which is very important. Why are we in business? It's for us to be able to pay claims, not just paying the claims, but paying the claims, on time. So when insurance companies have adequate capital, it to be able to help them, to be able to settle, their claims, as at when due. And these are the things that can build a lot of trust, into the market. The policyholders, they want a situation whereby they insure either their lives or their properties, and then they can have a rest of mind that insurance companies are there to be able to take adequate protection, in terms of when the eventuality, when it happens. So, with this capital base, I'm sure that it will be something that will help, the insurance company to be able to, instill that confidence, in the mind of the policy holders. And then, when you look at in terms of the government drive too, meeting up with the 1 trillion economy in the year 2023, I think is a step in the right direction. So invariably, insurance companies, in terms of their balance sheet, they have more capital to be able to, in terms of investment in infrastructure. And these are the things too that can actually help, galvanizing the insurance company to be able to meet up with the government directive in terms of the $1 trillion economy in the year 2023.
Right. Let's talk about the way insurers operate, particularly in terms of product pricing, in terms of investment strategies, overall corporate governance. Do you think that this in any way would change the way operation is done?
Yes, Elizabeth, you're quite right, because, with adequate capital, that invariably in terms of the products that you now start, offering to the insurance public, you'll be offering solutions, and then offering that solutions with this capital now, that you have to be adequately priced in the sense that that anytime there's a claim, you can be able to meet up with the client's expectation. And then at the same time too, I should have mentioned in terms of the enforcement, with this new act right now, it's kind of a way as I've been able to give the regulator the empowerment in terms of the enforcement of the various things, various products that we have in the market. In the areas of the non-life, the auto business, that's compulsory. The building in course of construction, compulsory. Public buildings, compulsory. And also, professionals that work in the health sector in terms of professional indemnity, that one too is compulsory. And then when you look at in terms of the life business, group life, when you have more than 3 employees, within your organization, you are meant to have a group life policy. So these are the drivers, that will be able to bring in enough funds into the insurance company. So once the funds comes in, like I said, in terms of the investment drive, companies now will be able to now sit and try to formulate or come up with things that will be able to help them in terms of their investment income. And then, like I mentioned, going into like for life businesses that they have long-term funds, that will assist them in terms of how they can invest in infrastructure that can kind of a way, assist, the government.
All right. Let me come to you now, Rasheedat. We were talking about consolidation looming now. Do you foresee, or are you foreseeing a wave of mergers, acquisitions about time? And what does this really mean for competition, customer choices, market stability at this moment?
I would say thank you very much, Elizabeth. It's very important for us to have the right level of capital. I think many of the players were already familiar with this reality. So I think the data from the NICOM said that almost 46% perhaps of the industry already meets this capital requirement. Of course, when we now come to the definition of capital, perhaps some people might need to do some rework there. So I would say that this is a very welcome idea. I anticipate a slightly smaller industry, but of course with stronger ability, the ability to also be more resilient, to support our clients, and very keen focus on creating value. Value creation ensures that beyond just having that capital, we're actually creating the right safety net, the right protection for our clients, whether they're corporate customers, government itself, or even individuals, SMEs. So imagine if we're able to create that right safety net so that they don't need to call other people when something goes wrong, but their insurance first comes into play and then followed by family and friends and all the other sort of support that they can come in here. With M&As, we've seen capital raise happen in banking sector. We've seen this in the pension sector. It's never detrimental. The effects that we expect is that the industries will provide stronger institutions. Over time, we will deepen trust. And of course, clients can then be assured that the companies they are dealing with enforcement of claims being delivered, with the new regulatory focus by our current regulators in NICOM, I definitely anticipate a stronger industry. And the digitization, I believe, is much more important. Just even before the M&A conversation has happened yesterday, the NIA, the Nigerian Insurance Association, launched an innovation hub. This is already in line with the ambitions. So just imagine all of this coming together at the right time. And we are then a very, very key pillar of the 1 trillion economy ambition that the current government has.
To you, Jide, she did mention the fact that she thinks that this will actually strengthen, the institution, strengthen the industry. I don't know if you have the same sentiment.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I mean, I don't have any doubt. Invariably, what do we do as an insurance company after collecting the premiums? Is for us to be able to pay claims as I went due. So there's no reason, with adequate capital that is coming into the various insurance business, it will further, like I said, further build trust, within the insuring public, that they'll have that confidence that whenever there is a claim, they are rest assured that the insurance company will be able to settle their claim. Because why we're in business? We're in business to be able to protect the lives and also the properties of people. And then it's when you have this adequate capital, and then when the capital are used in the right direction, and good a thing, like I said, a regulator now is empowered, with the risk-based supervision. I'm sure that all these things will fall into the right perspective, and it will make insurance come in terms of governance to be able to do the right thing, so that when things of foreseen circumstance, when it happens, insurance companies can be able to deliver as I went due. Thank you.
Yeah, for the smaller indigenous insurers who are also part of this game, if I may, do you think they have the tendency to survive this recapitalization drive?
Of course,
yeah.
Did they go ahead? Maybe you have something.
Maybe I should just no. You go for so go for it, please.
No. If you look at the banking sector historically, there were also indigenous banks, and there are huge indigenous banks now. So maybe we had tens and quite a number before, but you want to have stronger organizations. So indigenous doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to attract capital. In the end, it's about the value that we create for stakeholders. So I anticipate that we might have less, but the result will be a much more stable, better regulated industry. The consolidation will also make sure that capital can be sort of applied to innovation. We would see more accessibility. You have to remember that the insurance industry has different kind of players. So you don't always have to play in the large risk. You could then go into an inclusion drive, micro insurance, where we have millions of Nigerians who are not protected. There are opportunities to also, perhaps operate in other spheres, or you can decide that we just want to focus on smaller risk, SME risk. So you won't need higher amounts of capital here. So as an indigenous player, that's not what's going to hold you back. I think it's our ability to dream, to convince stakeholders, to show what was our track record, and to also work together collaboratively to create a much more stronger and better value proposition for our clients, for our country, and for even the government, because they also need our protection, and we're usually there to support them, especially with the right amount of capital. I don't know, Jide, if you have to add anything to that as well.
Well, as Riley mentioned, in terms of the small players on the market, in terms of the capital allocation, when you talk about the risk-based capital, they can always focus on, maybe this is the risk that I want to do going forward. And so there's always room, in terms of the various players that we have in the market, in terms of the Takafu, in terms of the micro insurance, and because we're talking about the financial inclusion too, we have to be able to focus that, it's not just the bigger players that will have to be able to do this line of business. You can just leave it to the micro insurance arm of business. In a nutshell, it's just to make, a statement in such a way that, in terms of the insurance reach, within the populace, we are there, and at the same time, we're able to offer adequate solution, to our various policyholders.
Let me come back to Rashidat, because at the heart of what insurers do, it's trust. Now, Nigerians still underinsure compared to the global averages. So how might this recapitalization, how could it affect public confidence in insurance products?
Very clear, Elizabeth. You then have much more serious players in the market. You know, when you have a high performing market, you end up creating better value because we're all looking for ways to ensure that clients are protected. Right now, beyond just being underinsured, we have research from EFINA, the Access for Financial Inclusion in Nigeria, who already tell us that some of the reasons, apart from affordability, accessibility. You've mentioned trust. Some people don't even understand how insurance can play and protect them. They see it as something that is not needed. In fact, God forbid, or God is my insurance is a typical terminology or statement that we hear in our industry. I believe that with the recapitalization, a lot of players will start to focus on having value-based conversation. Imagine if you say that we want to put our clients back to where they were before. And if we haven't updated, the valuation of their assets, if we haven't made sure the right people are having conversations, one of my fears is that sometimes people relegate the responsibility of taking a decision on your insurer to people who don't have the full context of the fact that insurers are financial protection. It's one of the key wealth instruments, not of just individuals, but of organizations. So it needs to be brought to the boardroom the same way that you have that conversation around who is your banker. So I believe that the recapitalization will really help here. The digitization conversation will also help people to see what is the value of my car. If you bought a car some years ago in Nigeria, you think it's depreciating. Honestly, it started to appreciate in terms of Naira value. So this conversation will then be brought to the fore, where we can use digitization to show people that, look, this is in a very transparent way. This is what your car will go for now. So we can then ensure that they're actually insuring themselves for that value. I believe also that, this zero tolerance on claims will help to build trust. Because if you know that your claim will be paid, if you know you'll be reinstated back to where you are, then it means that you will then be in a better state to put that money away. Your trust has to be, a bit more solid. We sometimes joke and say in AXA, for example, after God, maybe, you have to put your trust in somebody that you put on earth here to help us, because everybody likes to talk about God in Nigeria. So the recapitalization is definitely a recipe for trust, I would say. So what do we expect? Public trust will definitely grow in insurance. Why? We see people would leverage a lot of all the laws. It means that even third parties who were not responsible for somebody, doing the wrong thing can then be recompensed very quickly and can also be put back. So when you put all of this into context, trust will definitely keep being built. And the recapitalization is not the only recipe, I must say. There's a lot of awareness, engagement that we must do as an industry to really bring it to fore. It's a behavioral change. I like to say it's a marathon, but it's one that we are all committed in the industry to bring to life.
Thank you, Rashidat. Jide, any other additions to what you said in terms of assurances that policyholders like myself can have that this recapitalization exercise will not only protect the industry, but also protect their claims and benefits? Do we have more assurances?
Yeah, great, Elizabeth. Apart from the, when you look at the NERA 2025, one of the provision again is that insurance companies, out of the gross premium income that they are going to have, they are meant to set aside 0.25% as policyholders' funds, from their account. So invariably, what this means is that in terms of the trust, that the insurance industry will be able to bring into the market, the further reinforces it. And then with this capitalization put in place, yes, shareholders, and then the board of directors, they will now be very, they'll be very strict when it comes to the governance. If you're not meeting up with your claims as I went due, the board will want to be, they want to be interested. In terms of, customer service, their complaints, from any of the customers. Right now it's something that the regulator will put on their website. So these are the things that. As management of organizations, they're very careful. They want a situation whereby customers are satisfied, in terms of the products that they bring into the market, and at the same time, in terms of the service that they're able to offer to all these policyholders. And like I mentioned, in terms of the claims payment, not just paying the claims, but at the same time, making sure that they pay the claims on time, because adequate capital has been injected, into the business. And then what are we talking about? Because once trust, is instilled in the market, what that means is that in terms of the growth of the insurance industry, we'll start seeing, there will be a lot of positive changes. People will be attracted, in insuring, their properties and also their lives.
Looking ahead now, Rashida, this will be for you and then to you, Jide. Looking ahead now to July 2026, what do you expect that the Nigerian insurance landscape, what do you expect it to look like if this recapitalization exercise succeeds, especially with respect to the 1 trillion naira economy that we're looking to build?
Well, thanks, Elizabeth. I
$1
definitely
trillion
expect
actually.
It's $1 trillion that we're working towards. Totally right. I actually expect a leaner, a well-capitalized industry with more enhancements on digital operations, more integrations, lots of conversations to provide solutions that really matter to people in ways, in languages, in places that they like to operate. I expect deeper market penetration. As you know, insurance penetration has remained below 1% despite the potential and the opportunity. So if we're able to be there on the journey with our clients, what we definitely will see as the outcome is improved consumer trust, more resilience for companies, for SMEs, for individuals, because I do joke that almost everybody is an insurer. When people have problems, they call you. But what if that responsibility can be moved to an insurer with a small known amount all the time to ensure that they can be protected when there is a large unknown risk that happens to them? So this recapitalization will definitely help us in here. A lot of support from the regulator. We have a very strong set of regulatory leaders at the moment who are ready to improve consumer trust, who are focused on consumer protection. So you should anticipate that the conversation about consumer protection will be there. Enforcement will be very key. So it means that if something unfortunate happens to anyone or people who are not taking the right actions, we already have an empowered regulator who can ensure that things are enforced, conversations are had, and in the end, we have a stronger economy. So a lot of operators in the market, even the government, will be better, protected and be ready to conquer the whole world. So definitely global conquering is in the fore, and you can be rest assured, have peace of mind to pursue your dreams because the insurance industry is here with you on the journey, especially with this recapitalization.
All right.
Thank you. Today, do you want to add anything else?
Okay, right. Thank you so much, Rashidat, and thanks, Elizabeth. Just to add to what Rashidat mentioned, I think when you take a step back, if you look at the banking industry, prior to their recapitalization, you realize that most of the big transactions, when it comes to the financing of the major projects, you realize that the banks, they couldn't do it. They had to, resort to foreign banks to be able to do that. So, I think for me, one of the benefits of this recapitalization is that, insurance companies now, they are now able to take on the larger risk, in terms of the oil and gas, in terms of the power sector, in terms of the construction, they will be able to, form a consortium, just like what Rashidat mentioned. So what we need in the market is more of collaboration. And then good thing too, the way we are driving technology, I'm sure that it's going to be able to help because, technology is not something that you just get with a very small capital. You need a lot of money to be able to make, your technology to be very robust, in terms of onboarding your customers, having that EKYC, that's know your clients for your customers, all these things, they are things that will make even the policyholders themselves see insurance that, it's quite simple, and at the same time, ability to be able to get those products, it's something that they can get. The products are not too expensive in the market. And then at the same time too, ability to be able to pay claims, because once you have a very good technology in place, you're able to onboard your customers. So the question is, why can't that same platform, in terms of the way you're able to settle claims, get it done? So I think for me, it's an exciting period. And I think it's something that the industry, we should jubilate about. And at the same time too, I expect that the policyholders will be able to expect the best, from the insurance company. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Akinjide Orimolade, the Chief Executive of Stanbic IBTC Insurance PLC, as well as Mrs. Rashidat Adebisi, the Chief Client Officer at AXA Mansard Insurance PLC. Thank you very much for joining the big story.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for having us.
Yeah, totally.
Have a good day. Cheers, Rashidat.
It was a pleasure. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much. This has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us. Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment right here on the show. This is where we speak on some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, I'm doing this alongside. Very well. Good to have you this morning. Let's talk about what's happening this morning. Now, the United States Mission in Nigeria has just announced a stricter requirement for anyone applying for a visa. Now, applicants must now list all their social media usernames and handles from the last 5 years on the DS-160 form. The embassy says this is part of wider U.S. security measures, and it's warned that leaving out social media details or providing false ones could get an application denied and even make someone ineligible for future visas. Now, this move has sparked mixed reactions online, and we would like to see some of these reactions very quickly. But your initial reactions when you saw this online, how did you feel?
Again, like I said before, and I'll say it again, it is as simple as it is. Nigeria, fix Nigeria. Let us fix our country. As much as we get this visa, back and forth with different nations. Now, they are in the right to put some strict, instructions on visas. But it sends a message too. It's on the flip side, telling you, for what it's worth, if we are kept in a point where we are cap in hand always on the losing side, it comes to a point when you're pushed to the wall, you begin to ask the question, what will I do? Will I go through the wall or will I regenerate myself? Work on us so that way we become, the gaze of other nations. Because truth be told, the reason why you have that massive brain, drain from Nigeria to the United States and other countries is because those systems are working far better than ours. And so the question is, what can we do to make our own country work even better? Now, that aside, let's not look at the fact that our leaders need to prioritize Nigeria when it comes to different sectors. A good example is the issue of when there's healthcare. Oh, I'm traveling abroad to go do some check or the other. What does that send? It sends a message that without some certain countries, we will not survive as a nation. This is Nigeria that used to be the giant of Africa. I hope we still are. But to call a spade is this. If these visa restrictions continue like this, right, other countries will see it as the norm. And
where they also now
they'll follow suit. And that's the thing.
So why should we be the scapegoats?
That's my point now. You see, like they say, the bigger you are, the quicker it is for you.
Don't forget about the African giants.
That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why you see me. I'm so passionate about it. Everyone who knows me very well. From the fact that I'm a broadcaster, journalist, as a leadership person, I love Nigeria so much. I'm very passionate about it. But the question is this: does being passionate, right, solve the problem? We have to go beyond that. Right? We must be able to market Nigeria properly. And that marketing of Nigeria doesn't just lie solely on those who are in government. Also you who is a citizen, those who are the followers too, those who live in diaspora. We have one nation, Nigeria. This nation is so blessed. We're blessed with, name it all, raw materials, the brains. Nigerians are intelligent. So it comes to a point where we say, enough is enough. Know who we are. There's a saying that goes this way. It says, know thyself.
Know thyself.
Very important.
But let's see if we have the reactions of social media users online. Let's see how they're also reacting to this, because there's always a ton of them. So we need to see how they're also think about this conversation, because for me, I was taken aback, really. So that's a comment from Mr. Rob Mike. It says, this shows how much weight social media carries today. Posts aren't just words anymore. They are data that governments use to measure trust. Maybe it's time people start treating timelines like public records, not private diaries. Something to think about. Hydro says, so the United States can demand a 5 years of our social media history before giving visas. But if an American wants to enter Nigeria, nobody will ask them for anything.
My point.
That's how power imbalance works. Rules for us, free pass for them. But I think that's why the federal government has come back to say that they're also going to pay in kind. It's just to see if they'll actually follow through with their own reciprocating.
So it's good to say they will do something, but it's also very powerful right?
Right.
To carry out those words, back it up with action.
Right.
There's an interest of diplomacy, by the way.
There's one comment from Kevin Dave. He says, this is interesting, but will this rule be applicable to both the readers and other top figures? And how about people who don't use social media or who are not social media inclined? I think that's also a key question, because what if I don't use social media and you ask me, oh, please provide your 5-year history, like someone like my brother, or said this one is 70-20, said Nigeria will be great again and we don't need to leave our country. What if I don't use social media truly? Are you going to say I'm lying, or am I going to have to falsify a social media account, and just so that I have, since you're saying it's part of the requirements, like if you say requirement is for you to have passport, then I have to go and get the passport. So if I don't use social media, because social media is not compulsory, so if I don't use social media, will I have to go and create a social media account? Also, that will not show you 5-year history.
And then go back in history, like blast from the past.
No, but that will for you to
make some 5-year history to come show that.
I'm also thinking 5 years is a lot. Oh.
So my point is, I'm just trying to be sarcastic, but let's face it. Look, it is, so for what it's worth, I think it's way far-fetched, really. There are other criteria that you should look at, and those criteria are already working for the US when it comes to visa, requirements. Now, to bring these other ones in, right, there are many things that this could signal. Now, what this means could be if Nigeria as a country doesn't really answer them when it comes to what it is that they want. Don't forget, like I mentioned before, there was a time when they mentioned that should we put it this way, that they want to send some of the prisoners, Venezuelan prisoners, to Nigeria. Of course, our government said, no, Nigeria is not dumping ground. So things like this could create more reason why they say, okay, no, but let us make visa and traveling to the United States from Nigeria even far more tougher. However, this goes to show you that in this whole situation, there's an opportunity there. And we being a business team, right? The question is this: how can we see the business in the so-called visa restriction they're trying to put on us? Which is why our viewers will be asking, okay, wait a minute. If they are saying you need 5 years history in social media, where do we harness? People are not seeing it, but there's an opportunity opening there. It means, look, young people, tech is the way forward, right? Begin to think and ask yourself, how do we get our own app? Something that will actually compete with Facebook, compete with Instagram. But let me tell you, we're not in control of these things. The way the algorithm works, right? The people who are out there feeding this whole system for it to work. So let's assume I don't use social media, for instance. Just assume. And I want to travel to America and tell me I need 5 years. And I tell you, I don't have a social media page. Instagram page, for instance. Does this mean that I'm cut out? So what if I now have social media page and I'm not active? What does this also mean? What if for one reason or the other, maybe I was trying to make my thoughts heard, and then I was either blacklisted on social media? I have no control over it. So young people now, if they come together and say, let us create an app.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Leaders, join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Glory Brown Odibu. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Tinubu orders reduction in cost of dialysis from 50,000 naira to 12,000 naira. FCTA contractors protest over unpaid 5.2 billion naira debt. Avila Naturally Champions Innovation honors top distributors at ANSI 2025. Sensitization Youth Policy Conference 2025. Overnight, Russia attack shows Putin does not want peace, Ukraine says. Free agent Jamie Vardy emerges as a target for both Celtic and Napoli. We begin the news in Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu has approved a landmark subsidy to ease the cost of kidney dialysis for Nigerians, reducing the cost from the current 50,000 naira to 12,000 naira. Daniel Bwala, special advisor to the President on Policy Information, disclosed this. He noted that with this intervention, the price of each dialysis session has been reduced from 50,000 naira to just 12,000 naira, bringing relief to thousands of citizens battling kidney-related diseases. According to him, this subsidy is already being implemented in major federal hospitals across the 6 geopolitical zones. The hospital includes the Federal Medical Center Ebute-Metta, Lagos, Federal Medical Center Jabi, Abuja, University College Hospital Ibadan, and the Federal Medical Center Owerri. Boala disclosed that more federal medical centers and teaching hospitals will be added before the end of the year to widen access nationwide. Moving on, a group of local contractors working with the Federal Capital Territory Administration staged a peaceful protest on Monday at the gate of the FCT Minister's office, calling for the release of more than 5.2 billion naira allegedly owed to them for contracts executed over the past 2 years. They appealed to Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, to meet with them directly and understand their concern. Protesters carried placards with messages such as, "Honorable Minister Winke, please authorize our payment. We can barely support our families, and please approve payment for indigenous contractors." In response, the FCTA denied that Minister Winke had awarded any new contract to local contractors. He explained that the minister inherited a debt of 10 billion naira from previous administrations, which was paid in 2 tranches over 5 billion naira in December 2023 and another in January 2024. However, by March 2024, a new set of contractors submitted fresh claims amounting to 15 billion naira, raising questions. The Federal Capital Territory reiterated that while inherited debts have been cleared, no new contracts under the minor procurement scheme have been approved by the current minister. Still on, Chief Executive Officer of Avila Naturally, Temitope Mayogun, has highlighted the role of innovation and collaboration in positioning the brand as a leader in the natural skincare industry, emphasizing the company's commitment to building a strong and empowered distribution network. Mayogun revealed this while delivering the keynote address at the annual Distributors Summit and Excellence Award known as ANSI 2025. The 2-day event themed Breaking Boundaries took place on the 15th and 16th of August, drawing over 500 distributors from across the country, featuring strategic training sections, product showcases, business networking opportunities, and the celebrated awards event. The annual Distributors Summit and Excellence Award ANSI concluded with the recognition of excellence as over 100 top distributors were honored across the major, diamond, gold, and other categories, along with special awards for outstanding contributions to the brand's growth.
Avila Natural is a business ordained by God to help people break free from harmful chemical products and also to change the narrative about body care. You know, the skin is the largest organ, and whatever you apply on your skin eventually gets into your system. So in Avila Natural, we so much believe in 100% natural ingredients, and that's what we do in Avila.
NAVDAC, as one of the regulatory bodies in the country, team up with local manufacturers of natural skincare products so that we can actually, weed off all these harmful chemicals in the Nigerian market. One, by way of partnering with us, what I would call sensitization. Number 2, by actually ensuring that all of these products that are coming into the country, they are well screened, such that they don't even find their ways into the country.
Avila Natural is a business.
To end the local news, Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, who is a special guest of honor at the Youth Policy Conference in Abuja, has emphasized the importance of the Nigerian youth. She says youth occupy the most important demography of our nation, as the 70% of youth population in Nigeria are being able to bring about a very productive society, as she further described youth as the powerhouse of the society. Also, Dekpo Oyewole, SSA to the President on International Cooperation and other notable speakers, also says the future of Africa belongs to young people. The conference brought about perspectives of youth on policy issues in Nigeria. The theme of the conference is Rethinking National Unity Governance Reforms for Strengthening Social Cohesion in Nigeria. The event, which held at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja, was attended by representatives of civil society and the private sector. Founder of the Future Pathway Development Initiative, Mr. Ayokunu Ojinei, designed the event to inspire youth to propel evidence-based policy solutions to critical national issues. Over 800 young Nigerians from across the 6 geopolitical zones have this year participated in the initiative. Some of them were awarded cash prizes and internships at the forum for exemplary performance.
Nigerian youth, really the most important people in the room and in the audience today. And why I say this is we take one day to recognize our youth. Well, that is the powerhouse, the engine, the fuel of the Nigerian economy, of the Nigerian society. It is what makes us who we are. Over 200 million people, 70% of which are youth. Our country is known for the energy, for the ginger that comes from that particular demographic. And I say that for the power of the Nigerian youth, your capability to absorb, your capability to deliver, your capability to inspire, your capability to thrive in whatever environment you find yourself.
You would also know
that many of our countries would not have won the battle against colonization if not for the strength, the vitality, the energy, and the work that young people, teenagers, people in their 20s and in their 30s, the work they put in to ensure that the shackles of colonization fell and we could become the sovereign nation that we are today. And again, it is young people that actually ended up leading post-independent Nigeria. Let me say the future of Africa indeed belongs to young people. It will be built by them, it will be led by them, it will be owned by them. But to do this, we need to groom policy architects who will design the future, and I am proud to say that we have them in this room. Thank you very much indeed, and all the very best.
So I'm touching on the 36 states. So from the misty hills of Mambila and Taiba to the shorelines of Lagos, from the oil-rich islands of the Niger Delta to the oil-laden creeks of rivers, from the bustling markets of Kano to the coal seams of Enugu, from the great railway hub of Kaduna to the royal boroughs of Edo, from the gold-laced lands in Zamfara to the rainforest depths of Cross River, from the rice valleys of Kebbi to the orange orchards of Imo, from the cocoa groves of Ondo to the palm-rich coast of Akwa Ibom, from the historic monuments in Oyo to the Sahel of Jigawa, the savannas of Yobe, the fishing harbors of Bayelsa, the Cedric Grove of Osun to the limestone caves of Abia, from West Africa's largest market in Anambra to the castle straits of Ghana, from the Sahel reefs of Sokoto to the fertile valleys of the Gambia, from the hydroelectric dams in Niger to the knowledge factories of Ekiti, from the clear-rich plains of Katsina to the sacred stones of Kwara's museums, from the sunrise of the Delta Streak to the sunset of the salt lakes of Nasarawa, from the blue-bordered gateways of Ogun to the great peaks of Gombe, from the confluence waters of Kogi to the double drums of Bauchi, from the young bands of Benue to the unbroken courage of Borno. From the federal capital territory where all paths converge, let it be said, let it be known. Shout on the rooftops and mountaintops, there is a new dawn and a new day for Nigeria. God bless you.
This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
The Lagos state government says it will build stronger civic engagement and promote transparency in governance through a reliable feedback mechanism on the projects meant to impact the people of the state positively. Deputy Governor Engineer Obafemi Hamzat made the pledge while speaking via virtual at a political, legislative and civil engagement sensitization program on Wednesday, themed Volunteerism, the Power in Action.
How do we get feedback from our citizens in a more organized way? And my understanding is everybody in this room fit into that bucket, meaning these are people that can critique what we are doing. These are people that can help us amplify the things we are doing. And these are the people that can help us to say, okay, what we are hearing is you are not doing well in this area, or that you are doing well in this area. Because we cannot claim monopoly of wisdom. And as such, we want to serve our people better. But we also need to let citizens know what we are doing.
Hamzat, who highlighted some ongoing state projects, debunking claims that the government was inactive.
So if you look at our team's agenda, which is I'm sure everybody in the room will be familiar with. So the T, as we know, stands for Transportation and Traffic Management. The H is Health and Environment. The E is Education and Technology. The M is Making Lagos the 21st century. The E is Entertainment. and S is security and governance. And the plus there is actually empowerment and youth inclusion. So if you look at those, so let's take, for example, our hospitals. So I'm sure a lot of people know that we have about 26 general hospitals spread across the state, and we are building more. We are building Ojo General Hospital that sits, I think, on about 8 hectares of land and is massive.
The special advisor to the governor on political, legislative and civil engagement, Afolabi Tajudeen Abiodun, said the initiative was designed to connect the government more closely with grassroots communities.
We are here today to join God with them and to help us pass the message of messages down to the grassroots. We cannot have everybody here, but those that we have here today are good representatives of the voice of Lagos State.
The event brought together residents, political stakeholders and volunteers focused on encouraging citizens to voice their concerns and become active participants in governance.
The awareness is not there. 2, communication gap. Government should try as much as possible to engage the grassroots. When we say to engage in grassroots, let them know their efforts, let them know what government is doing. There are many people out there on social media. Let's work on how to create awareness and let's diversify on our languages. It's not everybody that can comprehend. It's not everybody that can speak English language. At least with the government awareness on their different programs, let them diversify in different languages. Mr. Governor Sanwo-Olu is trying. Mr. Deputy Governor have been trying. All the people in Lagos State, the executive, the legislative, they have been trying. But let there be awareness.
Destiny Momo, Business Day Television News. The Lagos
afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on bdtv, where we spotlight several industries locally and globally to identify the economic and business values and, of course, how it affects GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. Don't touch that dial. I'll be right back. This is bdtv. Welcome back. Industry Focus it is, right here on bdtv. Our show is packed, where we talk about that which is necessary in the industry of Nigeria, everything that moves the economy. So let's look at our segments. This show is all full of great segments, but when I say great, I mean 4 great segments that will highlight what we want to do today. We're going to start with business quote of the day. That is one. Then we'll move straight up into the captain's opinion, where we talk about the major reason why our guest is here, focusing on branding and its strategy and how it affects industries in general. And right after that, we'll be looking at deal or no deal, where Nigerian government is actively working on national branding initiative to actually build the economy. We'll find out that. When they say 2030, it's far off, but who knows? Time flies very quickly. And after that, we'll do retrospect. All this coming your way, where we talk about how branding affects different areas and where the United Nations plays a role. I could have gone on a break, but I've done that already. So let's jump right up into this. So our very first one for today, yes, is our quote of the day. And the quote is very simple. For those of you who know, you know exactly where I'm heading to. Oprah Winfrey said something that was great. She said that whatever you do, right, remember to go with something that will fill your heart with whatever it is that you want. So let's look at this. She says, let excellence be your brand. When you are excellent, you become unforgettable. I take it again. It says, let excellence be your brand. When you are excellent, you become unforgettable. Not my words, but words of Oprah Winfrey. All right, so let's quickly jump into the next one. And this next one is far more important, where we spotlight our guest, and at the same time, she gets to give us detail of what it is we want to talk about today. Talking about the industry captain. So let's read all through, all right? Let's explain why she's the right person to talk to. Kalita Rachel, all right? She's a neuroscience leadership consultant, brand strategist, architect of international impact. Kalita is an internationally recognized neuroscience leadership consultant. Yes, I just said that also. Architect of international impact, dedicated to equipping visionary leaders and organizations for multi-general influence. As a human architect and idea developer, there's more. She masterly has blended different areas from neuroscience, strategic communication, and deep cultural intelligence to unlock the human potential and catalyze sustainable transformation. With over 20 years of experience, yes, and as an executive experience person across Africa and Europe, yes, and of course, North America, Kalita has guided Fortune, a lot of companies. You can name them all. I can go on and on and on, right? But let's just meet our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome one brand strategist that you don't want to take your eyes off. Hi, Kalita.
Hi.
I hope I was able to give you robust information about you.
That was a lot.
That was a lot.
Yes.
But the good thing is, at least now they know exactly who we have in the building.
Yeah.
We must say we're glad that we have you in the studio, and you actually had to fly all the way down here for this. So welcome.
Thank you.
It is industry focus. We're not too uptight, but at the same time, we want to focus on that makes the country move, makes Africa thrive, but more importantly, give the right face to the right business. And every country wants to grow, but without branding, are they heading for doom or not? All that we want to talk about today. So let's jump to the very first one. What is branding to you?
So let me say it this way. Right. Branding to me is how you claim your identity.
Okay.
Right. So it's as a person or even as a company, is what you want people to keep in mind once you left. So branding is your basically, in very simple term, your identity.
Branding is your identity. Our viewers at home want to know a lot. They send some of their own questions right online, but more importantly, as we all know that perception helps businesses to grow. Let's now jump into the very first one, which is this: how does that create sustainability for businesses?
So we're talking about sustainability for businesses versus sustainability for the planet, right?
Most definitely.
Okay. So I'll say consistency, and most of the time, whatever you promise, deliver on it.
Right.
Just like the Oprah quote that you just quoted, I really like it. Let excellence basically speaks for you, right? So once you do something that is unforgettable, because you've done it so well, people will always want to come back to you, and that become your brand, that become your identity, that become what you are known for. So for a business to be sustainable, talking about branding, they have to be consistent in their delivery, and that require most of the time that they put in place systems and that they train their people to be efficient through it all. So no break, like the client, the end user shouldn't see the difference because you're changing teammates. There has to be a consistency in your delivery.
Consistency in your delivery. You guys have heard only 1% of the 100% she has to deliver today. But let's jump right up into the second one. It says here, one of our listeners and our viewers have sent, they said, beyond green, how do Nigerian brand define and embrace holistic brand sustainability? These are entrepreneurs now who are into industry and a whole lot. Remember, our show is industry focused.
Yes.
And they want to know, right, beyond green, how do Nigerian brands define and embrace holistic brand sustainability?
Okay, let me give 3 keywords, right? When talking about sustainability, we want to make sure that these 3 words come to life. The first one is planet. The second one is people, and the third one is profit. So whatever you do, you want to make sure that you are protecting the planet and the people who are still making profits.
Right. Protect the planet and the people making the profit.
Yes.
But in an environment where we have a lot of, issues with the global planet meltdown and a whole lot of climate change and a whole lot, how can that really be sustainable?
It starts with first like a shift in the mindset.
Okay.
When you realize that you live in a planet that basically nurture and nourish you, you want to take care of it. Because if you're doing business and making profits and then destroying the source, the nature, the very thing that feeds you, then you are called not to be sustainable. You are called to die. So if tomorrow the planet goes down, and we see a lot of movies where you see everything turns down and there is no water, there is think about it. Who would you be without even just breathing clear and clean air to start with? You wouldn't even be alive. And second of all, what would we become if we cannot even have clean water? Those are the two main things that I'm not even going too deep into the details why you should protect the planet. But as an entrepreneur, as a business, most of the time you're bringing a solution.
Right.
Bringing a solution to people shouldn't be at the cost of the planet, shouldn't be at the cost of the other people. For example, let me just take a very huge example that we know here in Nigeria, and it can be controversial, but this is what I know. Dangote is one of the huge companies here, and we all know that cement has consequences in the atmosphere. So what they do for their branding is, as they are producing cement, they're also taking care of the people that are in the villages around where their industries are. They basically use the coin from the oil or whatever they produce to create energy for those villages. So you have, as a brand, you have to find a way to give back to the society, so that as you are taking care of yourself and making profit, you're also taking care of the community.
Taking care of yourself at the same time, make sure the community doesn't depreciate. Those are strong words. And such words are always backed up with knowledge. I hope I pronounce your name correctly, Kalita.
Yeah, that's correct.
Most definitely. Kalita is with us in the building. We have 5 key questions to ask her since it is within her scope, talking about branding and how it affects companies and industries. Before we jump into our third question, let's take a quick break. When we come back, remember this: give to your planet, so in return, it can give to you, not by words, but the words of Kalita. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Industry Focus it is. Welcome back. It is still Industry Focus right here on BDTV. They say if you really mean business, start your day with BusinessDay. Right here, we follow the money. But without the industry, can you make the money? And without the branding, can the industries survive? That's why we have our guests in the building, Kalita, Rachel. Before we took a break, we were talking about, people taking care of the community. For those who have big companies, make sure you give back and find a way for it to be sustainable. On that angle, first and foremost, I must say I like the angle in which you come with the branding thing. You're quite familiar about with the environment, which is key. But on the environment, right? Another question you ask coming. They say that the growth catalyst, right? How does branding, right, sustainability drive tangible industries and expand, business in Nigeria? I mean, you can cut that across Africa if you want to. But the most important thing is the growth catalyst itself. Okay, how does brand sustainability drive tangible industries expansion in Nigeria? Add Africa to that if you like.
Yeah, I'll go Africa and even globally. Okay. Again, first thing, like I said in the beginning, deliver on your promises. Right. Because if you promise something to someone and the branding is amazing, you look really good, and they come closer and it's not what you promised, then they won't stick. The difference when you deliver, maybe you don't have like a huge billboard or something, right, but you have consistency in your delivery, then you have clients that will keep coming and even bring other people. I've done a lot of business in these 20 years just by the word of mouth. Like I was not very big on my social media.
When you say word of mouth, you must come with a lot of skill to convince people.
That's why excellency matters. You have to master your skill.
Right.
You don't have to do everything, but whatever you do, you have to do it well. And that's your identity. Right. People have to know you for, even if it's just for one thing, they have to know you for that one thing. And you have to be the first person that come into their mind when they think about that thing. So for whoever entrepreneur is trying to build or start their brand, they start with that. Like, what do you do that everybody, even your family, know you for that? That they don't need to think about it. They know you are the person for that. And in which way do you do it so that it's nothing like anyone else does it? Are you like thinking out of the box? Are you innovative? Are you creative? So most of the time, don't just tell people, show them. Don't say, show. People like tangible. They won't follow you because you are saying or telling them what to do. They'll follow you because you are actually a living example of the values of the different things that you say that you're going to be doing or delivering on. That's why people like quality excellences. That's why I really love the way you started with the Oprah quotes. That's a good framework.
Well, we're here to serve everybody. Talking about good framework, you guys have heard up, but before we actually say well done totally, we're getting there. We do have a question, which this is more important. It says, as a brand strategist, neuroscientist, right? Leadership consultant, how has your presence and past project, how has your past projects and present projects, right? Because we know the value that's added. So tell us, Africa and Nigeria, how has it really added over the value in different ways?
So how has my projects add value to Africa?
Present and past.
Present and past, okay.
The public they want to know this now.
Okay, so for me, first of all, there is something for me that is priceless, is my peace, right? So
Peace of mind.
Peace of mind, and my passion also. Whatever I do, I have to do it wholeheartedly, right? So if I'm investing myself in a project, it doesn't matter how big the project seems. I know that by just me being in that project is going to make a difference in the world. So that's my first criteria on me investing myself and my time in a project. How is this impacting? How is this building legacy for generations to come? I'm mostly very much of what they call a social entrepreneurs. All of my projects have a social aspect to it. I don't want to just make profit. That's why what I say. That's what I say. I want to make sure that as I'm growing, people are growing with me. That's for me the basic of a leader. A leader push other people to grow.
Right.
Right. So for me, most of the time when I work with entrepreneurs, I make sure that first, whatever they do is in alignment with their own values. You cannot be somebody at work and somebody at home. You have to be one person. Your emotions, your psychology, everything has to be harmonized, right? So when you are in that place, then whatever you do it from your heart. And when you do anything from your heart, the result is always different. So doing that for now 30 years, I can say that I've helped a lot of like small brands become more sustainable, because now they understand the value that they're adding, and they're not comparing themselves to other big brands that have big names, but they are looking at themselves as the return that they are giving to the community, to their families, to people around them, and how they are bringing other people in as they grow, employing other people, and helping, therefore, other people, families and other communities.
Okay, so families and other communities, something has struck my mind, which is more important. And again, this also helps with the idea of branding and sustainable idea that adds value to different industries. We want to specifically look at the creative industry, the fashion industry, the music industry, can go on and on. This is a big industry in Nigeria and Africa. Now, as a brand strategist, that industry we know is making a lot of money. You might agree or disagree with, but as a strategist in the branding sector, what do you think is lacking in the music, fashion, and movie industry, right? Knowing that Nollywood, for instance, is like number 3. So the statistics says there's Hollywood first, Bollywood, and then Nollywood. Yeah. So look at it in this angle: the creative space industry, making a lot of money, growing our GDP here in Nigeria. What do you think branding can do to make it even better?
So let me not be dismissive, but one of the things that is missing more in all those industries called creative industry is actually the creativity.
Oh, creativity is missing.
Yes.
That's a strong one.
Yeah, because if you look at, if somebody brings out a beat, then no one is creating a new beat until somebody else creates a new beat, and it becomes like popular. But most of the people will take that beat and add on a few things, but they just repeat the same beat. Compared to back in the days, in the 70s, 50s, or 60s, when they created music, when they created fashion, it was a whole completely different beat, sounds, and everything. Nowadays, we take what somebody does and we copy it. So that's another, I would say, trick when it comes to branding. We are in a society where we are pushed to conformity, to fit in, when in reality, what makes the difference is what brings you more revenue and add value to you.
What brings you more revenue? I mean, we can go on and on and on and on with this, but time is always of the essence. But before we go, we have a powerful segment called Deal or No Deal. We've heard you, and we think in the area of industry, especially the creative space, you are someone who the world should look out for. But before we go, it says here, and one of our listeners have sent this one, it said Nigerian federal government, for the federal government of Nigeria, right, is actively working on national branding initiative called Nigeria Everywhere under the destination 2030. Kalita, do you see this as a deal or a no deal?
So I'll say it's a deal if indeed, let me put it, it takes like tourism, culture, arts. And today, the Nigeria, like you said, Nollywood is one of the biggest in Africa, like in the world, number 3, first in Africa. So that's already, Nigeria is already everywhere. You cannot go even in the US or in France and not hear Davido and all those big artists. So Nigeria is already everywhere. Now, from Nigeria being everywhere, how about we bring everyone to Nigeria now, like businesses and investors and all those people. And again, it comes to show, don't say. Deliver on your promises. Once people come, they should be able to see and to feel everything that they see online, everything that you are marketing, everything that you are branding from the inside out, they should be able to find it inside as well. And again, talking about communities and people, Nigerians themselves should be able to live that from the inside before it goes outside.
Before it goes outside. Now you're inside and you're Indian Nigeria. A lot of people want to find out, where exactly are you from?
So, I'll say I'm very, 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 very ancient, Nigerian roots, I'll say.
Did I take it off course?
No, not at all.
Go ahead.
I have very ancient Nigerian roots, and I've always, but like I'm mixed. I'll say, let me just simplify it for you. From my dad's side, we are mixed Benin, Togo, and France.
Right.
And from my mom's side, we are mixed Portuguese, Cape Verde. So I was born in Togo. I grew up in Senegal, then went to France to study, and then to the US, and I'm coming back to Africa.
Back to Africa, back to motherland.
Yes.
Well, it's nice talking to you. And I can tell you, you've made so much progress. I checked that on LinkedIn, not bad. Great job you're doing. And of course, knowing that industry focus is the reason why you're here. What word would you have for people out there, those entrepreneurs, and of course, those who want to jump into businesses and don't know how they should start with their branding?
So first of all, to find your branding, you just have to know who you are. Know who you are, what you are called to, and mostly, what are you trying to bring to the world that others don't? So when you start from there, when you answer those questions, you basically have a framework of how you should present your product. Don't try to be like somebody else. The world needs you. That's why God created you the way you are. So if you're trying to look like coffee when you're actually chocolate, all the chocolate lovers are going to be very sad for not having you. So just be you, basically, and that's your brand.
That's your brand. We're about to leave now. What you said is a good deal for Nigeria regarding the area of 2030.
Yes.
So is it a good deal or a bad deal?
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
Again, if we deliver.
So she says it's a deal. So you've heard her, and we've heard everything she had to say. We want to thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And we can go on and on. We hope it's not the last one we're going to have, but we have other ones moving forward.
Sure.
Conversations, they say, drive innovation, and innovation creates creativity that enables anyone to grow. And industries are depending on that. True or false?
Very true.
All right. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for being here with us. Industry Focus. Once again, for those of you who tuned in late, well, you didn't miss much. But more importantly, we will be here again. I want to thank everyone who took the time to watch. Hopefully next week, Tuesday, we'll bring something more interesting. My name is Onyeka Valentine. Thanks again to my guest, Kalita. Rachel, you're on Instagram, right? And what's the social media handles?
So it's Ekwe Carlita, but mostly on LinkedIn, just with my full name.
Okay, so they can follow you, right?
Yes, on LinkedIn.
Okay, so you guys can follow her on LinkedIn and all social media platforms and learn how your business and your young or small industry can become big with the power of branding. Until next week, Tuesday, don't touch that dial right here on BDTV. More coming your way. My name, Onyeka Valentine. Bye-bye for now.
Hello viewers, welcome to another edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Uduba and I'm here in the studio with Ibishomi Olumide, aka Sniper. You're welcome to BusinessDay TV.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, how you doing? How's it been?
I'm doing alright. I'm so glad to be here.
So you've worked with an array of Nigerian artists in the Afrobeat space, you know, as a photographer who takes them pictures for, you know, promotional pictures and, you know, so many are in an array of those pictures. How does it feel like being a photographer in this space, in the Nigerian music space? How does it feel like?
I won't even lie, it feels so amazing because, you know, before I started photography, before photography, like, you know, just growing up as a teenager, I used to listen to all of these people. Then growing up to the stage where I now have, you know, a purpose around them. Like, you know, artists that I grew up listening to are booking me to shoot a session for them, to shoot an album cover for them. Like, it feels so amazing and it feels so good.
Yeah. All right. So it chose the name Sniper. Whenever I see Sniper, I'm like, okay, is it the...
Actually, that's one of my USP.
Oh, really?
Yeah, USP means unique selling points.
Yeah.
So basically, because whenever you hear Sniper, like it rings a bell, like you're curious to know, like, why are you Sniper? What does your Sniper mean?
Yeah.
Basically, so that's just one of my unique selling points. But basically, the whole Sniper thing is a long story, but let me just break it down.
Yeah.
So I used to watch a lot of Korean movies while I was like, you know, high school and all that.
Yeah.
So, you know, in all this Korean, they're always like snipers, you know, shooting the president, you know, assassinating president and all that. So I used to see that as a cool stuff to do. So at that time, I used to think, okay, like it's cool to be a sniper and all that. But then, you know, growing up and, you know, when I got mature, I realized now that's not really a proper thing to do. So the craft that I now fell in love with and I chose to do has a lot of terminology that is similar to what snipers do. Like, you know, when you shoot, as a photographer, you shoot, snipers shoot, you focus, you pull the trigger, because sometimes when you want to shoot, you add a trigger to your camera, you pull. So I'm just like, oh, this terminology is like kind of mad. So sniper it is, let me just be a sniper.
Looking at your background in photography, can you walk us through your career and how your journey started? Because yes, you do take pictures with of artists, but it must have started from somewhere.
Yeah.
How did it start for you? Just give us a brief history of how
so basically I started as a beauty photographer because the first photographer that actually like put me through regarding photography specializes in beauty photography. So, and at that time, that was really what was in vogue at the time. Like that was really what a lot of people were doing, beauty photography. So, but then I picked photography as a hobby. What do you say?
Around what year was this?
This was 2018.
Okay.
2018. So actually, why I started was I contested for a beauty pageant while I was in university. I was in 200 level. So there was a beauty pageant for the department. So I contested for it and I won actually. So when the photographer sent me the pictures from the event, I really loved them so much. And prior to that time, I used to take a lot of pictures with my phone subconsciously. Like I just really like the art of taking pictures with my phone. So then when I saw the pictures, I'm not like, okay, this is someone who knows how to take professional pictures. Let me just like hit him up to see what I can learn from you. And, you know, I paid him to put me through and also. So I started with beauty photography. Then later on, I drifted to lifestyle and, you know, portrait.
You've worked with an array of artists. You can tell us how you broke into being an artist and a photographer for artists. How did you break?
First off, I'm really so addicted to music. Okay. I love music so much. So it's just a thing about, you know, I love photography and I love music too. So I used photography as a tool to connect into music. So for instance, when I picked up interest in photography and I was doing it, some of my first set of clients were like upcoming artists who needs like picture for a song cover, an album cover and all that. So while I was doing that, I saw that, oh, I had potential in, you know, portraying an artist the way they want to be seen. So I knew I could do that. So that made me just reach out to, you know, bigger artists and bigger brands to work with them and collaborate with them. And it was so easy because at that time I had built my portfolio, so I could test a big artist and tell them, oh, I would like to shoot this session for you for free, basically, like for a start, you know, just for them to see what I'm capable to do. And most of them just always like, you know, buy into it from the first connection and from the first like contact we have.
So amongst these artists, which of them do you like? Can you tell us about, like, you work with Biscuit, right?
Yeah.
So can you tell us how you met him? How was it like working with him? You know.
Basically, I actually met DJ Tunes first before meeting Wizkid. So basically, and actually I met DJ Tunes through Mobad, the late Mobad, may so rest in peace. So he had a song with DJ Tunes at the time. So while he was going to record the song with DJ Tunes, he hit me up to come and help him like document that session. So while I went to Mobad to DJ Tunes' space to, you know, record the session, video and pictures basically, because I do videos on the site where I major in pictures. So while I shot that for them, DJ Tunes really fell in love with the pictures. But at that time I wasn't in contact with DJ Tunes. So I just sent the pictures to Mobad and I think he forwarded them to DJ Tunes and all that. So I think about 2 weeks later, I was just in Echo Hotel. I don't remember what I was there to do. Then I just saw DJ Tunes and obviously he could remember me from the session with Mobad. And I just like walked up to him and I'm like, hi boss, like I was the one who took it. Then it's like, oh, he has been looking for me, that he really loved those pictures. And it was like, what am I doing the next day? And obviously, someone like that asking me what I'm doing, even if I had something to do, I would say I'm free. So I was just like, that's risky DJ. Like, I've also even been a fan of DJ Tunes long before that time, long before meeting him and all. So it was just like, what am I doing the next day? And he told me they were shooting the video to that song that he recorded. Then just hit me up to come and join him at Echo Hotel the next day. Then we went to shoot the video. And for that, you already know DJ Tunes is Wizkid DJ. So obviously all their events, I get, you know, VIP pass. And so that's how I got access to see Wizkid and, you know, take his pictures, document them and all. So even up to now, I'm DJ Tunes like official photographer in Lagos.
Oh, okay.
Anytime he's in Lagos, I'm the one who take his pictures.
So apart from DJ Tunes, do you have any like affiliations to any other artists? Like,
yeah, definitely. I work with a whole lot of artists. Like I work with Naira Marley, I work with Zinoliski, Balorankin, Means. There's an artist, his name is Means, like he's also big. And a whole lot of artists. I don't want to mention names because I won't stop.
So tell about the international artists you've worked with.
Yeah, I recently, I think it was even about this time last year, I documented, I shot stills, like BTS behind the scenes pictures for Central C and Ashake's Wave. They had a video because I've been a fan of Central C for so long now. And one way or the other, I connected with his younger brother through Instagram.
Wow.
Yeah, so we've been talking since about 2022. They came for a concert in Nigeria at that time, Homecoming. So they hit me up to come around to shoot like a lifestyle session for them. But for some reasons, their flight got reversed to an earlier time. So I couldn't catch up, sha. So they were just like, oh, whenever they come to Nigeria again, we were going to link up. So last year when they came to shoot Wave with Ashake at African Shine and, you know, artists and all that. So I knew this is something I would love to do. So, and actually it was one of his, it was actually his editor that really, let me say, put me on. Because there was a video they shot in front of my house around 2017. I think it's Davido's Bobo featuring Mayoko. So actually I was in school at the time, so my mom texted me like, yo, they're shooting a video in front of our house, because she knows I would love to be around that kind of stuff. So she told me they're shooting a video in front, the video is shooting in front of our house. And I'm like, wow, really? So I tried to come back from school at that time just to come and see, because obviously it's in front of my house, so I can just stay in front of my house and be seeing what they're doing. But I couldn't make it. So I think a day after, I went to Clarence Peter's page just to see like, you know, if maybe there was going to be like BTS or the video they shot and all that. So and now he made a post appreciating some of his staff, some of his workers. So I now saw someone who took a picture somewhere close to my house. His name is B-Boy. And I DM'd him and I'm like, hello boss, I would like to be your boy, and like if you need assistance or anything, I would like to assist you with stuff. So he saw the name Sniper and he told me that was the first thing that caught his attention. So he opened my message, and obviously there were a few pictures on my page at the time. So he replied and he said, okay, no problem, that whenever he's less busy, he's going to text me to, you know, link him up and all. Then from there, he started inviting me to their video sets. So basically, I was going to Clarence Peter's video set at the time, taking BTS pictures for the artists they're shooting and doing playback and DRT. So that's really how I just got started and all that.
The energy of the music industry is huge. It's like it's vibrant.
Yeah.
So does that influence your style?
Yeah, definitely.
Like being around these people,
it does, because one thing is that when an activity is going on around musical artists and all that, you need to, the way you capture that moment, need to speak and show the vibe that was actually happening at that time. Do you understand? For instance, maybe when an artist is recording a song, there are some songs that, you know, that can be so personal and so deep to a musical artist. So while they're recording it, the kind of picture you take needs to show all of that. So let's say at a show now, at a concert, or, you know, an artist event show, you know, they are performing with a very high energy and the rave is there from the audience and all that. So while you are taking all those pictures, you need to portray all those things. So you also need to be in that vibe for you to be able to show it to the people that were not there. So anyone who is looking at the picture can also tap into that vibe that was happening at that moment. So definitely you have to be on that high voltage too.
I think this is more like coming from a photographer's background. I think it's when you're trying to tell a story with still images.
Yeah, with pictures. Yeah, basically you're telling a story.
You're telling a story.
You're telling a story. Yeah.
So you're telling this. So it's like while you're taking this, you're telling the viewers or the audience of whatever you're taking that this is the tone of what is going on. This is the tone of how or what was being portrayed during that event.
So basically, yes, as a photographer, you're a storyteller. Your pictures tell story. Your pictures, you know, your pictures should be able to move people. The way you document an artist, the way you portray them really, really matters a lot. And you know, when an artist posts a picture online, that is part of their branding. That is part of the way they want people to see them. So you need to be intentional with the way you portray those artists and the pictures that you take for them.
Let's talk about the business of photography now. Operating in as a photographer in Nigeria and Lagos, basically, how do you navigate this space business-wise?
Business-wise, definitely photography is a great business. Like it's really it's a business that's worth it, because you know it's a creative business and it's a skill. You're selling your skill basically, but obviously you just need like tools to facilitate those skills. So judging, like talking about the business aspect is really decent and it makes a lot of sense. But obviously, just like every other business, there's always peaks and valleys. So, you know, there are times where you get booked back to back. For instance, like, you know, in December period, we all know the entertainment industry is always on the high rise, and, you know, everyone who's coming, all these IJGB are around, and, you know, so
December,
all those type of moments are always hot moments.
Yeah.
You know, you get booked back to back. Like there are some bookings that you won't even be able to take because your schedule is so booked up. And then there'll be some times where, you know, bookings can be a bit dry, you know, because obviously music artists always work with schedule. There are some times where they don't really do much. So at that time, there's no really work to do around them. So it just peaks and valleys basically, but the business side is all like it's cool and all.
Yeah, so we talk about the challenges basically. I know for sure that for the photography equipment are quite expensive in recent times. Can you tell us how much you get your gears, like your cameras, your lighting and all of that stuff?
That is actually a serious problem now due to the inflation, the current inflation of, you know, everything in general. I think it was the dollar exchange rate went triple. I don't know. It was almost triple. So that is a major factor that is affecting the creative world, because obviously we do not make any of these equipment over here. We obviously get them from abroad, and anyone who is even selling them here imports them from abroad. So exchange rates, all those custom duty charges and all that has really made prices of gear skyrocket. I just even got a gear recently, a camera that cost about, I think, 500k around 2020. I just got it for about $3,500 just this week. This week there, where I just got it this week. Considering that price difference, you know, it's really insane. But obviously that's due to the inflation in this current economy and the dollar exchange rate increment. So obviously every gear that you would, because you know there are some gears that you have in mind, and you know you're not ready to get them, but you just have them in mind to get them. Let's say a gear is 1 million naira right now and you have it in mind to get it. Then maybe in the next 8-9 months when you want to get it, then you realize, oh, the price number 1 million is now 1.3 million. So all those price increments can be challenging, because you most times work with a budget to buy a gear, a new gear and stuff like that. And you know, all these price increments, I know you can't just impose them on your charge, because your clients, you have to consider your clients too, because the whole economy is affecting everyone. It's affecting you, it's affecting your clients. So breaking that down and making sure you set a price that works for you and is also not too much for your clients can be, you know, can be difficult. So, but I've always tried my best to just find a balance between that.
So working around this space, is there anything you think the government can do to at least make it easier for people who want to get into the business of photography too?
Yes, definitely, because I feel like the Nigerian government currently are not really doing so much to support the creative world. Because, for instance, let me say, I think there is a hashtag that was trending one time where everybody was like Lagos 8 camera, because one of the major challenge photographers face currently in Nigeria is camera restriction. Everywhere you go, people are like, no, you can't use a camera. Even if you want to take a picture just randomly on the road, you get this area boys trying to harass you, and you know, and that doesn't happen. And you know, there are still people who don't wear clothes and all that, and that is because our media here is not where it's meant to be. There are so many beautiful places in Lagos, but because, you know, all these restrictions are there, so if there are a lot of creators and, you know, they have the free hand and, you know, free will to do what they want, and, you know, that would help free will to do what they want, and, you know, that would even help the way people see Nigeria the more, the way people see Lagos, because there's a lot to document in Lagos. This picture right here is a picture, I think this was shot in London. I don't know, but this looks like a London scene. Obviously, people can also take these pictures out here, but because of all these, you know, area boys that will stop you, or you know, you won't
get the beauty of it.
You can't get the beauty. Yeah, so you know, they need to just relax on all those policies and allow people to do a lot more and encourage creatives to do a lot. For instance, this picture could win government could do like a prize, a campaign for people to, you know, document the city and win a particular prize. It happens a lot over there, but over here I barely see stuff like that. I think it actually happens, but it's so rare and it's not rampant. So I think government just need to look into that a lot more.
Nice, thank you very much for your answer. What's next for Sniper after, you know, I don't know if is this something that after working with artists, do you intend working with artists for a longer period of time, or do you intend to branch out to other creative stuff?
Yeah, because basically Sniper is a global brand.
Okay.
They are still, regarding Afrobeats, I've basically shot almost all the big artists. Almost all of them. I shot Rema, I've shot Thames, I've shot Arasta, I've shot even Afrobeat artists that are not even like Nigerian artists. For instance, last December when Tyler came to Lagos, Tyler from South Africa, our manager booked me to document, our activities here in Lagos. Yeah, so I documented, and it was through her that I got to shoot Rema, Arasta, Thames. Oh, actually, Terry's manager is also someone that I know too. So sometimes he just hit me up to come around to document some stuff for her as well. For me, basically, I'm still looking to, do a lot more for artists that are out of the whole Afrobeat scene. Like, I still want to shoot people like Drake. I still want to shoot people like Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Kanye West. So there's still a lot more. So I'm just trying to aim for that global scene. So that's basically what to expect from Sniper. But for now, I'm still, I'm just in a plotting stage right now. But then, the goal is still bigger than what everyone is seeing right now.
Yeah, I believe so, because I think people like you, as young as you are, and you have a clear path forward to make changes and also, influence the younger ones who are coming in.
Yeah, definitely.
You see that it's not just the photography is not just there. It's something that we can actually make money from.
Yeah, definitely. I've finished university for the past 6 years. I graduated from Lagos State University since 2019. I've never used my certificate to earn 1 naira. And I've done a whole lot for myself just by having a camera and with my photography skill. I've done a whole lot, traveled to about 3 different continents and, worked with a lot of big names. Like, I've been in a room that my certificate would not even get me.
Wow.
So my skill has opened a lot of doors for me. Yeah, so obviously, like, people coming up would see that, and that should inspire them to also venture into the creative world and do well for themselves.
Yeah, you mentioned something about being in school, but what did you study really?
I studied English language.
Imagine, from English to
from English to
to the global stages with artists.
Yeah, exactly. From English to taking pictures with my camera. Yeah, so, and that's really basically, I just feel like the academic part really helped me in relating with people.
Yeah.
The fact that I've not made any money with my certificate does not mean it hasn't helped me in a way. The fact that I studied language makes me understand how to communicate and how to understand people, because obviously English is the official language of most countries, and when it even goes beyond English, because most times when you want to work with a client, you communicate with them, and so whatever the language they're speaking, I pay attention to other, non-verbal communication. Like, I just pay attention to details of every word they're saying to me and understand their expectations and their needs. So I would say that has helped me in a way, but it didn't help me in a major way, because what I'm actually doing to put food on my table is photography right now, not English language stuff.
Wow, very inspiring. How do you give back to the community? How do you give back to the younger ones who want to study photography or do the kind of your career path?
Yeah. So basically, 3 years ago, which was the first time I organized what we call a masterclass. Like 3 years ago, I had this thought of, how do I give back to the community? How do I embrace the photography culture more? And then I came up with an idea of, of setting up a masterclass. And so I did it for the first time in 2023. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. I did the first edition in 2023, and it was massive. It came from a perspective of, while I was coming up, I didn't really see, an avenue to learn. Apart from the person that I was trying to learn from at the time, and one of the major things he taught me was self-learning. Because sometimes I would ask him for something, he would ask me to go to YouTube or he would just show me a YouTube video. So that just made me realize that at some point when I want to learn something, I don't need to ask him anymore. I just need to go to YouTube. So then it got to a point where, I was already on my own, and there was still stuff I was trying to learn, and there was not really an avenue for me to learn. Most times when I go online to YouTube, I just see videos of American photographers those videos were even made 7 years ago. There were not a lot of YouTube creators, photographers at the time. So in a way to give back to the community and embrace the culture, I put together a masterclass 2 years ago, which was the first edition, to train people who train absolute beginners. Like, for instance, like I started photography when I was in 200 level going to 300 level university. So those 200 level students in the university now who wants to learn photography, like, how do they start? How do they begin? So that was the initiative that made me, put together the masterclass, and we trained over like 50 students in the first edition, and and I made it very cheap for people to be able to afford, like those university students, for them to afford. I made it 100K. student price, because there was no one to actually put me through on time. So all those things that took me so long to learn, I just showed them the easy way to get to it, the easy way to just pull those stunts off, and so that's basically how I'm trying to embrace the culture and give back to the community.
Thank you, Sniper, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's nice to have you.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be
All right, yeah, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you so much, BusinessDay.
Yeah, and this is where we come to the end of the show today. I'm glad you've heard from the horse's mouth himself, Sniper, who is a professional for
doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, and that core point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, and industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jackman, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi once a result by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi once a result. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company. tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company. We're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel, at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talent. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group. They're partnering very well. We have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call. We say, "My name is Josephine Shafi. How can I best serve you?" Inclusive tourism is as simple